Many years ago, in the second volume of The Life of Reason, I drew a sketch of human society inspired by the ethics of Plato and Aristotle. I was then a judicial moralist, distinguishing the rational uses of institutions and deciding which were the best. If now I submit to the public some subsequent thoughts on the same subject, I do so with a more modest intention. I have become aware that anyone's sense of what is good and beautiful must have a somewhat narrow foundation, namely, his circumstances and his particular brand of human nature, and he should not expect the good or the beautiful after his own heart to be greatly prevalent or long maintained in the world. Plato and Aristotle spoke with authority for the ancient city then in its decline. Their precepts are still pertinent to the art of government, but they hardly consider non-territorial powers, such as universal religions, nor the relation of the Senate to the non-political impulses of human nature. What to them seemed absolute and permanent was in fact relative and temporary. Circumstances from the beginning had prepared me to feel this limitation in all moral dogmatism. My lot had been cast in different moral climates, amidst people of more than one language and religion, with contrary habits and assumptions in their political life. I was not bound to any type of society by ideal loyalty, nor estranged from any by resentment. In my personal contacts, I found them all tolerable when seen from the inside and not judged by some standard unintelligible to those born and bred under that influence. Personally, I might have my instinctive preference, but speculatively and romantically, I should have been glad to find an even greater diversity, and if one political tendency kindled my wrath, it was precisely the tendency of industrial liberalism to level down all civilizations to a single cheap and dreary pattern. I was happy to have been at home both in Spain and in New England, and later to have lived pleasantly in England and in various countries frequented by tourists, even happier to have breathed intellectually the air of Greece and Rome, and of that Catholic Church in which the world and its wisdom, without being distorted, were imaginatively enveloped in another world revealed by inspiration. All this was enlightening, if you could escape from it, and I should have been glad to have been at home also in China and in Carthage, in Baghdad and in Byzantium. Had that been possible, this book would have been written with more elasticity. It is a hindrance to the free movement of spirit to be lodged in one point of space rather than in another, or in one point of time. That is a physical necessity which intelligence endeavors to discount, since it cannot be eluded. Seen under the form of eternity, all ages are equally past and equally future, and it is impossible to take quite seriously the tastes and ambitions of our contemporaries. Everything gently impels us to view human affairs scientifically, realistically, biologically, as events that arise with all their spiritual overtones in the realm of matter. Still, a man cannot sit above the clouds and have no prejudices. That would be to have no heart, and therefore no understanding for the glories and the tragedies that he talked about. We cannot help caring. There must be pangs and tears in this business, and of all the claims the heart must surrender, the first is the claim to insensibility. I have my likes and dislikes, of which I am not ashamed. I neither renounce them nor impose them. I simply recognize them to be personal in me, traditional or otherwise accidental. and my endeavor is not to allow this inevitable bias of temperament or opposition to distort my view of the facts, which include the perhaps contrary temperament or position of other people. Let them, I say, be themselves and fight their own battles and establish their own systems. In any case, these systems will not be permanent, and where they sin against nature, nature will take her revenge. My own sympathies go out to harmony and strength, no matter how short-lived. The triumph of life lies in achieving perfection of form, and the richer and more complex the organism is that attains this perfection, the more glorious its perfection will be, and the more unstable. Longevity is a vulgar good, and vain after all when compared with eternity. It is the privilege of the dust and of the lowest and most primitive organisms. The gods love and keep in their memories the rare beauties that die young. I prefer the rose to the dandelion. I prefer the lion to the vermin in the lion's skin. In order to obtain anything lovely, I would gladly extirpate all the crawling ugliness in the world. Yet the love of beauty in an intelligent creature runs over into concern about the causes and the enemies of the beautiful, into a study, therefore, of these dominations and powers, in whose train the beautiful lives, and in whose decline it withers. Moreover, as the beautiful is a mark of vital perfection, and life everywhere, if it can, perfects its movements, there is potential beauty of all sorts latent in the world, and the power or domination that roots out one beauty plants another, so that through the tears of the historian there often comes a smile, and the evening of one civilization is the morning of another. This is the moral light in which I am accustomed to see the world. Neither historical investigation, therefore, nor political precepts are to be looked for in this book. All that it professes to contain is glimpses of tragedy and comedy played unawares by governments, and a continual intuitive reduction of political maxims and institutions to the intimate spiritual fruits that they are capable of bearing. George Santayana, Preface to Dominations and Powers, February 1951. Chapter 1. Title and subject of this book. The words dominations and powers, here taken for a title, are not meant to be synonymous at the reduplication rhetorical. The celestial hierarchy from which I borrow these names was composed of orders of spirits, marshaled in a host, where each rank and even each individual has a special nature and office. Thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. Colossians 1:16. I therefore take dominations to signify something distinct and more complicated than powers, and the relation between them forms the subject of this book. All dominations involve an exercise of power, but as I understand the terms, not all powers are dominations, nor does the difference lie in the strength or prevalence of the influence exerted, so that any irresistible power could be called a domination simply because it was irresistible. On the contrary, If a power prevailed pervasively, like the atmosphere or force of gravity at the surface of the earth, so that life had arisen and taken shape under that constant influence, this power would not exercise any domination, but would be a prerequisite for the development of every sort of free life in that world. In other words, the distinction between dominations and powers is moral, not physical. It does not hang on the degree of force exerted by the agent, but only on its relation to the spontaneous life of some being that it affects. The same government that is a benign and useful power for one class or one province may exercise a cruel domination over another province or another class. The distinction, therefore, arises from the point of view of a given person or society having initial interests of their own, but surrounded by uncontrollable circumstances, circumstances that will at once be divided by that person or society into two classes. One, things favorable or neutral; the other, things fatal, frustrating, or inconvenient; and all the latter, when they cannot be escaped, will become dominations. A moral relation of this sort is naturally elastic. Often a creature that has grown up healthily under one set of powers finds itself suddenly cast into the arms of another set, as when at sea a landsman falls overboard. The salt water is at first a terrible tyrant over him, although not a tyrant over the fishes, and if the landsman survives, becomes a sailor, and builds himself a boat to be a second, more fish-like body to dwell in, he may gradually learn to live at sea, almost as if at home, and to use the winds and tides for new purposes of his own devising. His foundations and resources will have been enlarged, and the inhuman powers of the sea will have become occasionally friendly and even serviceable to him, without ceasing to be irresistible. Physical necessity and fate, when not conceived superstitiously, are therefore the true and only sure foundation for living at ease. They become dominations only by accident when we happen to be fit and prepared for something else, or have set our hearts on the impossible, so that all natural conditions seem to us intolerable. The play of political forces and demands is naturally complex and often hidden. Both the governed and the government are variable, drifting from one habit or one notion to another without much foresight or self-knowledge. The people wishing to reform the government wishing to reform the people, and neither party being able to reform itself. Meantime, nature, in the midst of these blind currents and continual partial catastrophes, manages to bring many happy possibilities to light, and approaches to harmony appear, here and there, for a time, between the formative impulse of life and the balance of ambient powers. It is these vital achievements that essentially interest me, but it is only in passing that I can hope to point to them or stop to describe them. My subject here is rather the circumstances which, in each case, enable these fruits to mature, or perhaps nip them in the bud. I am concerned with the fortunes of potential virtues in the hands of dominations and powers. For there was also an order of angels called virtues, a name that I shall sometimes use to signify something presupposed in both power and domination, and of fundamental importance. By virtues, as opposed to powers and dominations, we might understand spirits having only a vegetative or lyric life, perhaps in themselves, and not addressed to exercising any influence over other beings. Unwittingly, no doubt, their existence would count in the order and movement of the world. It might be its greatest beauty. It might be the flowers in that garden. In mankind, the corresponding virtues would be such gifts as health, wit, or poetic inspiration. They might even include pure intelligence and kindness. Yet, in merely mentioning kindness and intelligence, we may notice how close virtue comes to being, by accident, a power. In fact, life itself is intrinsically a virtue in the body that possesses it, so that a great store of virtue is presupposed in any capacity to exercise power, not to speak of exercising domination. Human society owes all its warmth and vitality to the intrinsic virtue in its members. Yet in politics we do not dwell on the physical or spiritual life of individuals. Therefore, I do not mention virtues in the title of this book, which treats of politics and not, save indirectly, of the whole philosophy of life and spirit, but without coming often upon the mention of fundamental or ultimate virtues, I hope the reader may feel them always silently hovering over the pages. Chapter 2. The Sphere of Politics. In politics, the philosopher is spared many a pitfall that he might walk into in physics and biology. His field is limited to human affairs. He need not trouble himself with truths deeper than conventional truths. He has to consider real events and real forces, which are all physical, even when they have a mental and moral accompaniment. In this sense, he is a man of science, with the responsibilities of an inquirer after the truth, and not, in intention, a composer of historical romances. Yet his contact with the facts need not go deeper than the contacts which other people have had with them, or may have on other occasions. In this sense, his field coincides with that of the historical novelist or literary psychologist. He is composing a drama as it might have been lived. But there is this difference. If he is not a party man, is not chiefly emotional or centered on the episodes of the drama itself, as glorious or pitiful. His interest is philosophical and passes from the picturesque surface of those experiences to the causes and conditions that brought them about. That these causes are all physical is an assumption, or rather a tautology in a naturalistic philosophy. History goes on in the material world, which existed before history began, and by its natural, biological developments made history possible. Human beings spring from the earth and still depend on the earth not only for sustenance, but through the agency of 1,000 accidents which the changing fertility and quick overpopulation of the earth have occasioned. Yet to climate, poverty, and tribal rivalry, the reactions of various men are not identical. Whatever pressure the geographical background may exercise, it would not have produced specifically human societies if men were not physically men, and if their biological, racial, and personal development were not what their inherited nature had made it. The environment fosters and selects. The seed must contain the potentiality and direction of the life to be selected. I say that human beings have sprung from the earth. I was not present to observe the event, but it is a general presumption of naturalism that men were not let down ready-made by a rope, as Lucretius puts it, from heaven. They sprung somehow from the earth. Not that in any fallow field, as the earth now is, men would in time grow out of the ground afresh, like thistles, but that in the early plastic state of the planet, shot through by who knows what stellar and ethereal radiations, the potentiality of life and of all sorts of life lay dormant. Every sort of creature, every sort of government will spring up out of the earth if circumstances only allow it. Earth, here, humbly represents the infinite possibilities of being, reduced at each point by previous local accidents to a particular arbitrary form with certain limited powers of transformation. In politics, we may assume as roughly constant the physical order of nature and of human nature. All climates and all peoples are not similar, and neither the climates nor the nations, though slightly modifiable perhaps by industry, can be changed or equalized by a theory. Their character must be observed and accepted as it is, together with whatever tendencies to transformation that character may exhibit spontaneously. There are periods of integration, conquest, dominion. There are very brief periods of intellectual and artistic glory, and there follow long eras of confused and monotonous hibernation of the spirit. Revolutions in historic times occur in and by human beings rather than by virtue of external cataclysms. Human beings form part of the material world, their seed carrying over a specific physical organization as much as the seed of any plant. In each case, the psyche is specific and inherited, without excluding casual variations from the psyche of each of the parents. This new personal psyche determines all a man's powers and passions, and his taste or capacity for this or that form of association. Circumstances will encourage, reshape, or suppress these propensities, but without the richly charged individual soul, or the souls of 1,000 kindred individuals vibrating in unison, circumstances will continue to compose an empty stage and a landscape without figures. They become political circumstances when human ambition begins to move amongst them and to enlist them in its service. Society will then become whatever the psychic disposition of its members may tend to make of it. A materialistic interpretation of politics need therefore not be especially climatic or economic or Malthusian, but may take account of those important circumstances in letting loose or suppressing the various instincts and powers of human nature. The initiative of individuals and the contagion of their words and actions must not be excluded. Although the persuasions and tumults that sweep through society from such sources are more devastating than fruitful, if they do not indicate a happy intuition of that which circumstances at that moment render possible and appropriate. Human impulses convulse society, but human necessities construct it. Nor does a materialistic interpretation of politics exclude a moral judgment upon it, or even a mystical flight beyond such a judgment. Each psyche, in proportion as it is integrated and possesses a rational will, each society, in proportion as it is self-justified, necessarily sets up its ideal to be the measure of all values for its own conscience. Anything else would be mere confusion and looseness of soul. This judgment need not prevent an intellectual comprehension of the contrary or irrelevant interests of others, but such clear self-knowledge in counseling the needful exclusions or even wars in the face of what is alien only reaffirms the morality proper to oneself. This morality is the ultimate expression of one's nature, by which one lives and is different from nothing, and its moral fervor goes hand in hand with physical vitality. Sometimes in exceptional and reflective natures, the distraction and the triviality of life, even of healthy life, become oppressive, and the sympathy with the goods pursued by contrary moralities renders one's own morality pathetic and almost remorseful. Then a mystical aspiration, renouncing everything for the love of everything, may overflood the mind. Victory or prosperity for one's own people or one's own civilization will no longer seem an ultimate or unqualified good. It will be counted, if attained, among the flowers of the field that today bloom and tomorrow wither, only manifesting in one arbitrary form the universal impulse in matter towards all sorts of harmonies and perfections. Then all the other harmonies and perfections, not attainable here, perhaps not attained anywhere, will come crowding to the gates of our little temple, and the spirit will be tempted to escape from that particular sanctuary, to abdicate its identity with the society that bred it, and to wander alone and friendless, to be the lover of all climates, and the friend of all friends. The same materialism that justifies ferocity in the jungle may thus breed impartiality and abnegation beneath the stars. But whatsoever may be bred in one place or justified in one person, nature remains elsewhere free as it ever was to be original or to prove constant. Constancy, where it establishes itself, being as natural and as contingent as change. The imperative of nature is categorical enough, but it is not omnimodal. So when this imperative, without ceasing to be categorical, is seen to be private and relative to some special predicament, a sense of the endless fecundity of nature lifts somewhat the incubus of ferocious will from the spirit, and softens almost to sadness the vital necessity of being oneself. Chapter 3. Naturalism. That mankind is a race of animals living in a material world is the first presupposition of this whole inquiry. I should be playing false to myself and to the reader if I did not assume it. All my thoughts, Even the most speculative and skeptical move quite happily on the basis of public sanity, custom, and language. These conventions are not miraculous revelations of the truth, but they are the only available avenues towards it. I should not wish to be a philosopher if that meant being a prophet with a message. I am content to stand where honest laymen are standing, and to write as I might talk with a friend in a country walk or sitting at a tavern. Otherwise, I should be undermining the conventional assurance that my readers exist at all, or that the reported historical facts exist about which I am writing. I assume that here are the sun and the stars set far above us, and the earth beneath, with the sea a little beyond, and all the sea routes leading to islanded nations scattered about the globe. I assume that these lands have been inhabited by many peoples, now extinct or unrecognizable, regarding some of which we have historical records, so that their moral experience was the beginning of ours. It is intelligible to us, and often, when pondered, renders our own experience intelligible. If here I assume these current beliefs without further argument, it is not because it has never occurred to me to question them. I have questioned them perhaps as closely as any man ever did. I should not admit that a radical skeptic may reject all claims to knowledge beyond the fact that, at this moment, some particular appearance or feeling is present to him. To me, from childhood up, the intuition that life is a dream has been familiar and congenial. But the sentiment misses half the lessons that such a dream may convey and that might enrich it. By passively watching and reshuffling those apparitions, imagination may gather an elegiac wisdom. The dream was joyful, it was horrible, it was lovely, it was sad. Intelligence, however, may make a deeper and more sweeping response to ambient influences than can the highly selective eye or the largely non-representative ear. The psyche, in developing this organ of synthesis and comparison, the intellect could not resist forming the notion of some underlying connecting process that should ignite at certain junctures into this scattered illumination. Process that should go on uninterruptedly, both beyond the images observed and beneath the emotions felt. Later, perhaps such a notion might prove to be a discovery in regard to all objects that not only appear like dreams or are heard like the thunder, but can be seized, broken, or kept, since these are found to have an inside and to serve to make certain other lasting objects. Then, by acting on the assumption that everything in our waking dream has some discoverable backing of this traceable material kind, we may gradually confirm our instinctive insight when, by trusting it, we can change the course of our dream, clarify its confusion, and dispel its terrors. The human mind, being full of designs and desires, naturally attributes moral causes to events and, in the absence of natural science, tends to believe in magic, sorcery, and omens. Economic arts and mechanical inventions have driven belief in these moral causes from technical industries, but not yet from politics, history, or philosophy. In these humanistic subjects, little but designs and desires occupy the stage and are worked up into romantic adventures, tragic dramas, and above all into eloquent outpourings of one's own thoughts and denunciation of those of the enemy. For life at this level is felt not as a growth or a vision, but as a conflict of ambitions. No wonder, then, that moral forces seem here to explain events, without themselves having any need of explanation. To feel a passion, or to understand it sympathetically, was to know one of the ultimate springs of personal and social action and of political institutions. It happens, however, that those potent passions are favored or defeated not only by one another, but by circumstances. And the question arises for the philosopher how he should conceive this interplay of moral and physical forces. Magic and sorcery, with divination, which perhaps becomes faith and inspiration and in revealed truth, all readily interpret what might seem physical accidents as visible signs of hidden moral powers, superhuman or infrahuman, but in both cases animated by desires or designs. How should any living being do otherwise when it is these passions that absorb his attention in action and that justify that action in his eyes and measure the degree of its success or failure? Speculatively, indeed, it is possible to construct the complete system of a universe composed exclusively of moral forces, abetting or thwarting one another. But such a world is too remote from the soil of politics to require attention here. Most of the critics of naturalism retain their animal faith in the physical theater of life, into which, however, they wish to insert their own moral energy, and perhaps other spiritual forces as continual remodelers of matter. This is an old and familiar conception, but its very naturalness renders it treacherous. For if mind moves body and mixes everywhere with it, how is it distinguishable from the energy of matter itself? Those who wish to emancipate spirit from the dark currents of matter should summon it to escape and deny matter, or like the Indians and the Platonists, they should avoid all intimate contact with it and revert as far and as soon as possible to some unruffled, luminous, eternal paradise, such as they catch glimpses of even on earth in their supreme moments. But this sort is not at all what modern moralists understand by spirit. Spirit for them is nothing if not a motor. It need not so much as move matter. Its vocation is endlessly to move, transform, and explore its own problematics. Now, this is exactly what universal nature seems to a naturalist to do for itself. Yet nature, if we study it instead of inventing its methods of evolution, proves to be no mad enemy of repose. When anywhere it can fall into a trope or rhythm that can be maintained, it maintains it, as we see in the solar system. And it is that enveloping and not unchangeable constancy established in the conditions of life that has permitted life to take shape in us and to evoke in us a spirit that is not mad, but serene and fed by the constancy of form which it can observe in the world and can introduce into its own language and logic. Yet these cases of equilibrium, which enable life and spirit to rise within us, are by no means perpetual. Their insecurity in the case of our persons and institutions, obliges nature to resort to most circuitous and elaborate ways of restoring the forms of living things and of societies, since these forms continually lapse in what we call death or dissolution. Anyone who, in his zeal for the honor of life, order, and spirit, turns his back upon naturalism as if it would destroy those supreme goods, seems to me to have completely misconceived their existential status. Life and spirit are not the cause of order in the world, but its result. In empty space, or in deserts, life and thought of our sort, and such as concerns politics, could never have arisen, and the Platonic hierarchy of ideas could never have become a scale of needs, hopes, or wonders for a living being or a civic society. Those ideas, and even the dramatic aspects of earthquakes and floods, would have remained unrealized possibles without any intrinsic value or moral importance. The very interest and formal authority that attach for us to logic and mathematics do not inhere in the necessity and unchangeableness when once their terms are distinguished, or in the cogency of their ideal relations. All that realm would be a wilderness of dead tautologies did not some of those ideas become incarnate in a matter that, being open to all formations, is irrecoverably wedded to none, yet, so to speak, libertine in love with all. The impulse which, through an inner ripening, causes a man's fancy to take a particular turn, leaves it nevertheless subject to other casual influences and inclined to run wild. So that life incarnate becomes a struggle for life and a conflict with enemies and temptations. It is this drama that lends to such ideas as figure in it their moral colors and raises the logical relations between those ideas into sublime decrees and insidious pitfalls of fate. It is therefore the tightness with which any particular form or hereditary trope has seized upon some nucleus of matter, and luxuriance with which that form can extend its tentacles into the surrounding multitude of variable influences, that determines the virtue of that incarnate spirit and the degree to which its dominion may be extended and its enthusiasm aroused, not only for the triumphs of its bearer in society, but for the spiritual or poetic affinities which it may have discovered in the ideal world. For imagination, as much as sense, must be guided by organs and habits fit to feed on circumstances, so that spirit in that incarnation may dominate a wide field of natural truth, and yet escape from it into the freedom of ideal creations, as from the stress of earthly passions under the spell of music. Chapter 4. The Roots of Spirit and Matter. That in the heart of matter there was always a germ of spirit seems to me as much a truism as it would be to say that in the grape seed lies the potentiality of the vine leaves, and the grapes that actually grow out of it. Potentiality does not signify the pre-existence of eventual things, It signifies only the existence of the conditions which, according to the process of nature, would bring those things about. I smile at the acrobatic logic of Leibniz, who convinced himself that little feelings and ideas must exist in every minutest particle of cosmic substance. Anaxagoras had reasoned in that way in his qualitative atomism, thinking that the metamorphosis must be as impossible in nature as in the realm of essence. But eternal self-identity is proper to essences precisely because they are not elements in the existing or living world, where everything is unstable, unnecessary, and arbitrarily original. The fertility of matter is proper to its function as the substance of a thoroughly irrational groping, self-devouring process, which only by chance, or in certain abstract aspects, settles down for a season into constant or calculable order. But eternal self-identity is proper to essences precisely because they are not elements in the existing or living world, where everything is unstable, unnecessary, and arbitrarily original. As to the emergence of ideas and feelings, it seems to occur only in animals endowed with locomotion. For in a medium full of dangerous and of edible objects, such animals are able to avoid their enemies and to pursue their prey at a distance, anticipating eventual contact and preparing for it to their own advantage. The whole vital endeavor of the organism is thereby directed upon ulterior and absent events. Yet some absent events for an animal are not without a present effect, since impressions survive and are capable of being reproduced in some measure by internal stimulation. Three currents then meet in animal life: the passive vegetative process of the quiescent organism, the call of the external lure or threat that arouses action, and the organic revival of old reactions, akin to that which is now imminent. To this remarkable complex of tensions between vital, absent, and distant agents, alarm, desire, and perception seem to correspond in the spirit. If, according to the nebular hypothesis, what is now the earth was once a part of the sun, the potentiality of the spirit now awake in me existed then in the substance of the sun, or in whatever stellar influences may have rained down subsequently upon this planet. The firmament, as we watch it and measure its silence by the rhythm of our heart or lungs, seems a finished and unchangeable marvel, yet it is shining, burning, and speeding influences in all directions, and there is no knowing how many things more wonderful than our own wonder it may yet produce. Spirit is stupefied in us by its limitations. Each of our moments thinks all others dead or unborn, yet in eternity, in its true being, no moment is ever anything but present. When we come down from Leibniz to Einstein, we may catch a more intimate glimpse of the inner bond between matter and spirit. Matter, as I conceive the term, points to the principle of natural existence, or being in the world. Matter determines, for any ideal form, its relations in space and time, its duration and disappearance. Einstein, however, if I understand him, tells us that the principle of existence is relativity itself. Now, relations may be of two different kinds. They may be logical and necessary, as between ideal terms, each intrinsically definite, definable, changeless, and complementary to all other ideal terms in the peaceful realm of essence. Or, on the contrary, relations may be material and accidental, as between things and animate creatures, jostling and devouring one another in the world. That relations of this second sort are the principle of existence had occurred to me in my mathematical ignorance, simply by reflecting on the doctrines of Plato and Heraclitus. For essences, or ideal and definite forms of being, become temporary qualities of an existing thing or passing event when, in contempt of their eternal relations to other essences, they find themselves irrelevantly crowded together, usurped by matter, or flashing out and extinguished irrationally in the flux of thought. Einstein casts his theory in other terms, yet he says something that by chance coincides with the point that is crucial in my thinking. Relations are between terms, and these terms, for him, are ultimately pure mathematical centers where cosmic relations cross and combine. The centers have no substance of their own, as had the monads of Leibniz, which would have ceased to exist if they had stopped thinking or dreaming, or at least positively sleeping. But for Einstein, no positive intrinsic existence belongs to these centers. Their essence is to be possible foci for all dynamic influences in the universe. For though the net of these lines is describable mathematically, they are, for Einstein, paths of energy and the warp and woof of nature. This seems to me remarkably parallel to what, in my view, is the potentiality of spirit in the heart of matter. Each point that becomes a center for tensions from the whole cosmos had no prior existence, substance, or individuality, but is distinguishable only by the range and quality of the influences that meet in it, and passing through it, play as if from that center upon the surrounding world. Just so I should conceive spirit, essentially a merely possible locus for surveying the universe, to be actualized and individuated only as particular material tensions meet and form a center for further diffusion of energy. An animal organism has this sort of functional unity. So long as it is alive, it can react on things distant, past, or future, and thereby evokes spirit. Spirit here will be diversified by feelings and images determined by the range of influences to which that organism is then responsive. Yet, even if not reacted upon perceptibly, all cosmic influences are really playing upon that center at every moment, and in like manner, all possible feelings and thoughts are always potentially open to spirit in its proper nature and capacity. But here and now it will enact only such and so much dramatic experience as the sensibility of its organism can evoke, for it is only the limited development of tentacles or of telepathic organs that concentrates psychic attention on a particular field. Thus, the acquired organs of spirit, natural or artificial, determine its experience and act at each point and at each moment. Yet the potential experience of spirit remains everywhere infinite in extent and variety. This happens precisely because, as Einstein suggests, a center in the physical world is in itself something notional, non-existent, and unsubstantial, and can begin to exist and to be individuated only by virtue of the specific physical processes whose center it has become. Spirit, accordingly, when it arises in animals, perceives in each case only special images and endures specific passions. Its vision and interest spread as far as the prospect happens to be disclosed to the organism or retained and recomposed within it. And the passions sweep over the spirit in the measure in which the stress of life in the psyche can discern its objectives. The storm past, however, spirit reverts to its native repose and potentiality. It has no self, save the intrinsic capacity of all centers of life to resist, to perceive, to attract, and to imitate one another. It might seem, then, that spirit is in one sense the first begotten child of nature, if matter has an unlimited potentiality of reacting upon or adopting its scattered transformations dramatically. Yet, spirit, in its actual birth, is on the contrary the very Benjamin of nature, since, before it can arise, many complicated possibilities and harmonies must first be realized in the bodies of animals and in the world surrounding them. For only then are the dumb tensions of physical life merged in a single vital act, such as is hypothesized in memory or foresight, while blind impulse recognizes and transcends itself in moral reflection. Chapter 5. The agent in politics is the psyche. There is a double force in repeating the old axiom that man is an animal. In the first place, we confirm our initial naturalism and place man among the wonderfully various living creatures that feed, fight, and reproduce themselves on the surface of the earth. But there is a second implication in that axiom that is no less important. An animal has inward, invisible, specific springs of action called instincts, needs, passions, or interests, and it is only in relation to these psychic springs of action that powers and dominations can be distinguished. The criterion in politics is moral, and the agent in politics is not man as he appears to the senses, but an inner proclivity to action and passion that animates him, and that I call the psyche. The word psyche is simply the Greek for soul, but the authority of Aristotle and other technical reasons justify us in giving it a very different meaning from that which the word soul has acquired in Christian or Platonizing minds. The psyche is not a spirit separable from the body, like a ghost or an angel. It is the life of the body, as the naturalist may observe it, or as he may observe the life of a plant. Anything that lives reproduces itself and dies has a psyche. and in saying so, we do not in the least prejudge the question whether plants are sensitive. They are sensitive in the sense that they observably turn to the light and revive and flourish when watered. But whether in doing so they develop something like what we call feeling is an insoluble question. Have we ourselves feeling when we grow? We grow best in sleep, as babies do. But have we feeling when sound asleep? It is a question of private and subtle intuition. The important point is that the psyche in us is capable of waking up and of doing many skillful things in the presence of external accidents, such as dodging a missile or catching a ball. That animal psyches have feeling, not always but normally when they are awake, is known to each man in his own case, and instinctively and dramatically felt by him in the case of others. A sentiment that reflection will justify, in view of the kinship and similarity between all human organisms, and even between all types of animal life. Although here our sympathetic intuition grows vague, and if we attempt to make it definite, as in fables, becomes purely fictitious and comic. This topic, which might seem academic and speculative, is of great moment for the understanding of politics, especially in the present era. The literary philosophy and the psychological novels which have been dominant in modern times assume, if they do not teach, that thought is something substantial and self-developing, that it has no origin or milieu except in other thoughts, and even sometimes that the evolution of this ideation in a vacuum is itself guided by dialectic. Nothing could be better calculated to keep politics in a fool's paradise of verbal reasoning. Fortunately, the contemporary growth of exploration, commerce, scientific discovery, and mechanical industry has kept ideological governments in genuine contact with reality and prevented them from being entirely useless or pernicious. Thus, two concomitant, yet strangely different, streams would seem to compose human life. One, the vast cosmic flood of cyclic movements and sudden precipitations, in which man has his part like other animals, and the other, the private little rivulet of images, emotions, and words, babbling as we move, and often hiding underground in sleep or forgetfulness. Political ideologies are attempts to collect these private murmurs into a chorus so loud and imperative as to drown the concert of universal nature and turn it into an obedient accompaniment to the human voice. But human voices are hopelessly discordant. They express separate movements and tendencies in the natural development of the human psyche, and even where a certain unison exists in these social transformations, they are usually so vapid and so perturbed that the civilization of the next epoch will begin by condemning that of its predecessor and reverting for inspiration to the animal impulses of the race or to fresh opportunities offered for action in the material world. Here, a crucial circumstance may be noted. The contradiction and futility of human wishes and ideas appear only from the point of view of an egotistical mind. Planted in your personal presumptions and demands, you find reality foreign, irrational, and intolerable, and you would gladly persuade yourself that it is an illusion, and of no consequence in proportion to the myths that pile themselves up like the clouds from Sinbad, the sailor's bottle, in your inspired mind. Yet these plans, these illusions, are congruous with the great process of nature, which is as minutely fertile and full of waste as it is vast and monumental. The psyche is a marvel of organization and teleology, innumerable processes combining to keep the physical body alive and to reproduce it. And this is no exclusively physical or automatic complication. Automatic and physical though it be, it is also, and for that very reason, vital and potentially conscious. When that potentiality becomes actual, we have a spontaneous overtone and moral expression, such as pleasure and pain are, for psychic achievements and psychic impediments or revulsions. And the coherent fictions of the poet or prophet are the same thing in an elaborated and articulate form. There's nothing in nature like these moral or sensuous fictions, but there is necessarily in nature some contact or nexus which those fictions express or report, regarded as free transcripts, as poetic symbols. They are therefore perfectly true to nature. In ordinary perception and sane language, they reveal the relevant relations of things to the psyche in suitable but variously original signs. A poet walking through the field and hearing larks in the sky may well cry, "Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert." The lyric poet, like the eloquent politician, is a confirmed egotist and attributes objective validity to his own sentiments. If the larks were feeling at that moment what the poet feels, they would indeed be blithe spirits, being invisible and joyful. Yet the larks are, in fact, birds, of whose nature the poet knows nothing, as he knows little or nothing of his own psyche, that he momentarily enacts and rapturously declares to be all there is. Now it would be ungracious to say that in the singing lark there is probably no spirit. I should be tempted to imagine that he actually feels an irresistible propensity to soar and sing at that moment, a more spiritual propensity than if he were flying after something or from something, or were chirping for some particular reason. He is, I should say, in a state of happy excitement, impelled unaccountably to do something which he finds he can do mightily, joyously, and for its own sake. St. Francis would say that the lark was praising and thanking God for having created him. But the bird, though in some sense a little brother to St. Francis, would not be naming God or distinguishing in his own little mind any object of praise or thanks. He would be simply singing. And if we asked, as surely he never would ask, what were the causes of this unnecessary effusiveness, we should say that they were the season, the bright morning, the quiet air, the June sun, the sufficiency of food, and the premonition, perhaps of love, which supplied his little heart at that moment with superabundant energy. So I should like to believe also of politicians that in their ideologies and party principles and public purposes there was a spiritual element, so that without really understanding the actual causes or ultimate results of their speeches, they felt exaltation and enthusiasm in uttering them, and love of lovable things. But it is not from what they may propose to themselves ideally that they draw their inspiration. They are in that respect like the larks. Their inspiration comes from their homely interests or dominant prejudices, from the contagion of current language, or from private predispositions, and it is to similar forces in the public that they will owe their influence or their success. I mean, any genuine success in having discerned the possible and profitable direction to be given to public affairs. For the agents, as well as the patients in politics, are psyches. They change with circumstances and with propensities growing unbidden in men's hearts and determining their actions and passions. Therefore, the turn of events will hang on circumstances other than official intentions, except insofar as officials are perpetual opportunists and change their principles whenever fortune seems to change its direction. Chapter 6. Whether naturalism is irreligious. This question is debatable because words in current use have many meanings. Thus, naturalism for a pagan is far from atheistic, since it finds room for many gods. And Democritus and Epicurus, though materialists, believed that such gods existed. Jews and Christians, on the other hand, were called atheists for not worshipping the gods recognized by the state, while for them naturalism implies atheism because it denies the creation and government of the universe by a single God, revealed especially to the Hebrews. A modern naturalist would seem an atheist also to the pagans, because all reports of deities internal to the universe and interested in the political and moral welfare of any particular nation or particular soul seem to him myths, but they seem myths also to a modern pantheist, and who would dare to call Spinoza an atheist? The Hindus are polytheists, monotheists, and pantheists at once, and the Buddhists, though technically atheists and denying the existence of souls, are ideally so religious and spiritual that it seems grotesque for a modern Christian to tax them with atheism. When we broach speculation, especially about pantheism, this question becomes so embroiled that I should not trouble the reader with it here, were it not important for me not to provoke a religious hostility which in the end my conclusions will not warrant. My political principles rest on naturalism. Does this mean that they would banish religion? No, they do not tend to banish religion, and it becomes necessary to indicate in what sense they admit and even demand it. The most brutal form of naturalism is materialism, and I have repeatedly confessed that I am a materialist. Let me start, then, from this extreme position, which more radically than naturalism, which might be poetical, seems to exclude all religiosity. But what, after all, does materialism assert? Not, as a popular impression would have it, especially among the French, that nothing exists except sensations, and not as another impression suggests that nothing exists except matter. Ancient philosophers were looking for substance, that is to say, for something comparatively simple and lasting, out of which perishable things might be made. And those who were most materialistic thought this substance must be composed of indestructible atoms dancing in a void. That is a pleasant image, yet indestructible atoms are as far as possible from being sensations or from being everything that exists. For at least the void they dance in must exist too, and also the sensations they cause in us by dancing. Matter is something recondite, which physical science is always studying and conceiving in new, wonderful, and often abstract symbols. But matter is whatsoever in nature, by its motions and tensions, causes all events to take place and all appearances to appear. A materialist is therefore fundamentally a naturalist, and begins not with any theory of the essence of matter, but with the natural assumption made by children and poets that he is living in an existing and persisting world in which there are rocks and trees, men and animals, feelings and dreams. Yet the philosophic naturalist has stopped to observe how these things change and grow, often passing into one another and eating one another up, so that they suggest to him the belief that something continuous runs through them, makes them up, or causes them to appear. But the appearances are not parts of the material object, since they can change with the distance, position, and condition of the observer. Often, too, when no such object exists, as in the case of illusions and dreams, if on examination and in the practice of the arts, the naturalist thinks this theory verified, he has become a materialist. Now, in denying immaterial agencies, the materialist does not deny that material agencies may be, at the same time, animated by ideal motives and moral purposes. On the contrary, he asserts that this is often the case. But disease, he says, cannot be either caused or cured by a purely immaterial agent. That would be more than an improbability. It would be a contradiction in terms, since effects would not be effects, but chance conjunctions if they were not predictable or amenable to art. The doctor and his medicines or operations are material agents, but the doctor also has ideas and purposes. He may be full of wisdom and charity, and these feelings will be far from irrelevant to the power of his art. They will not be a power added to that of his person and his methods, but they will be the spirit in that power. The patient, himself endowed with sensation and sympathy, will feel that spirit in his physician and even in the whole atmosphere of the healing influences to which he is subject. In the physician, goodwill and insight will have been actual facts. If attributed to the ambient influences, they will be only poetic fictions bred in the patient's mind. Yet in both cases, the world will be bathed for the patient in the light of spirit, not in spite of his materialism, but in harmony with it, and in a way that only materialism can make intelligible. Suppose now we define religion to be the recognition of the powers on which our destiny truly depends, and the art of propitiating those powers and of living, as far as the power in us avails, in devout harmony with them. We should not be friends of religion if we confine it to proclaiming imaginary powers and living under the real ones in ignorance or despair. A religion worth having must recognize true powers, however poetical the form may be which that religion lends them, and it must tend to establish peace and sanity in the mind, not fanatical madness. That imagination plays a great part in popular religions, and that fanaticism often invades them cannot be denied by materialists. But the fanaticism is often inspired by political motives, as fanatical persecution of religion is also. It is a political rather than a religious vice. Asceticism, on the other hand, has religious motives and becomes a vice when carried too far, but then the wiser religious authorities themselves condemn it. And the same may be said of the riot of fancy and superstition in some religions. Without killing the imagination that bred religious ideas, theology may interpret them philosophically, and in this the materialist may consistently join. For in his own system, imagination is the sphere of all appearances, and for him too everything sensuous, conceptual, and moral is only a symbol for the natural facts. Materialism is not itself a theology, as are some forms of idealism. Its inspiration and temper are purely scientific and intellectual. But why should so pleasant a thing as science, and so vital a thing as intelligence, be angry with the world they explore? And they spoil their own work if, with a vehemence which is not naturalistic but political and moral, they inveigh against religion in the manner of Lucretius or of modern anti-clericals. The materialist in his ethics and politics should be a humanist, an anthropologist, and a philanthropist. And is it love of man that prompts the hatred of religion? No, it is insensibility to the plight of man and to all that which man most deeply loves. Modern materialists, I confess, have usually had vulgar and jejune minds, but not so the ancients, who were materialists by nature and not foolishly hostile to popular religion or without religion in their hearts. And they were the only normal materialists, harboring towards politics, morals, and religion the sentiments proper to naturalists. They were not deceived by these human passions and inspirations, but understood them and knew the place and the need of images in the world. When they were poets, they sang the praises of the gods with a tender emotion. So much benevolence may be shown to religion by the intelligent materialist. It is the same benevolence that he feels towards the senses, in both cases delighting in the image without mistaking it for a substance. The substance of both, in his view, will be ultimately the same, namely the power that brings these images and feelings before the spirit in this order and with this irresistible force. So much he may consistently feel and say without transcending the natural sphere, but still taking the imagination only for a system of signs to be interpreted as effects produced in the animal psyche by the revolutions of matter within and without that animal. But this is not that end, for images have other properties and other uses for the spirit beside their value as signals relevant to action. They have intrinsic form, and precisely because they are in manner illusions. They are originals, ideal objects, interesting in themselves. In themselves, they are essences without existence. If we pursue reflection and analysis in this direction, we shall see that, not an addition or contradiction to our materialism, but implicit within it, we must recognize form and matter, order and chaos, ideal being in illusion, truth in the history of errors, and eternity in every fleeting drama of time. Now, what materialists have always abhorred in religion is its pretense to be a practical art, its magic, its false miracles, its appeals to animal thrift, prudence, and fear. With the spiritual side of religion, they have had little acquaintance. On its spiritual side, religion is not a false science, but an ideal affection. It does not misrepresent the facts, but transcends them. Often, where this question touches politics, the materialist, being a realist, may feel a natural aversion from the waste, as he thinks it, of faith, sacrifice, and money in keeping up official religions. The natural limitations of human taste and faculty will probably hold him back from developing a religious life in himself. But there would be nothing inconsistent with his materialism if he became a poet, a musician, or a hermit, and his judgments upon existence and the direction of his affection and invention in the ideal sphere might be those of an ancient prophet, as they might be those of a pure artist, without any departure from materialism in his natural philosophy. He might live in moral harmony with the power, the order, and the spirit in the whole universe, and cherish nothing but friendliness towards the traditional religion prevailing in his time and country. Chapter 7. Composition and Plan of this book. The thought of seeing history in the terms of dominations and powers came to me soon after I had completed writing The Life of Reason. Before the War of 1914 through 1918, I had set down various paragraphs or short essays on the subject. Others were included in my soliloquies in England, written during that war. But much as the conflict occupied my thoughts from day to day, it left hardly any residuum of greater enlightenment. I soon busied myself with other things, yet sometimes a philosophical argument would ramble into reflections which, on revision, I would take out and put aside under the title of Dominations and Powers. A mass of manuscript accumulated in this way during some 30 years. There was, therefore, no unity of plan, no consecutive development in my notes, although the guiding intuition remained and became clearer and clearer with the lapse of years. Finally, however, a more vivid apprehension of the actual impact of dominations and powers in the political world was forced upon me by the war of 1939 through 1945, for I lived through it in Rome in monastic retirement, with the visible and audible rush of bombing airplanes over my head and of invading armies before my eyes. Most pertinent and instructive also has been the experience of the after effects of that war. The country where I was living was traversed by two foreign armies, nominally friendly to it. One came to defend and the other to liberate it, and both united in pillaging it and leaving it in misery and ruins. This object lesson in the workings of dominations under my eyes was reinforced by the reports reaching me from all quarters of a profound mutation in the condition and government of the world, a sudden unification in the control and the fortunes of nations, with a marked conflict between express ideologies. Here, then, were living guides and present occasions for reflection, and all my other proposed labors being completed, I could not help turning to the subject with a fresh interest and the stimulus of new lights. I had therefore undertaken a revision of all my manuscript, expecting to reject much of it, and hoping to arrange the parts that may seem worth retaining in some tolerable order. The merely physical powers that support or threaten an animal, though fundamental to his existence and fortunes, must be silently presupposed in the study of politics. They may be modified by industry, and they may be dramatically addressed in prayer. They cannot be taught how to behave. Physical powers, and I think all power is physical at bottom, begin to figure in politics only when they are exercised by persons forming a society, or capable of forming one. In the study, we cannot go deeper than the living human individual, his powers and passions, as they work in society and are modified by it. Our subject matter is man, with an unexplained human nature and an unexplained personal character, but subject to contagion, training, and teaching. The first powers and dominations to be studied in politics are those on which the individual is most radically dependent, and by which his nature is most radically modified. Now, in the human race, the initial helplessness of children and their prolonged immaturity makes the ascendance of parents first and of custom later both inevitable and decisive. Yet the ways of parents are often erratic, and customs, even if stubborn locally, are diverse and arbitrary, so that both parental authority and native ways exhibit domination in acute forms. Yet this domination is felt to be authoritative and inspires the conscience of the average individual with superstitious as well as prudential fears. Being radical and ingrained, this subjection remains fundamental in most persons and in most peoples. It therefore deserves to be distinguished and studied first. I will gather what I have to say about it under the title of the generative order, or the order of growth, custom, and tradition. Now, at first, this generative order is distinguishable in the general order of nature, not by its secret mechanism, but by the specific trope which nature here reproduces or tends to reproduce, as it reproduces plants from seeds. Within a specific growth, like that of the human family, we may distinguish fresh complications that disturb or even disrupt the family, and tend to substitute the dominance of a different social unit. Such a complication may arise within the traditional society by creating faction or demanding reform, or it may arise by the superposition of a wider influence or allegiance, as for instance, to a new or foreign religion. The characteristic of such a change is that it is deliberate, not due to a variation in unconscious growth or to blind imitation, but prompted by a distinct desire or taste, and establishing express habits or obligations unknown to the traditional society and perhaps hostile to it. This principle of a fresh social order voluntarily imposed is no less vital than the generative principle, being a part of the same animal life. Yet it seems less biological, because potentialities in the psyche now come to consciousness before they are habitually realized in act. There is therefore a contrast and often a conflict between the new prompting at work and the traditional convention. Yet these conventions themselves may have sprung from sporting acts as do the games of children. Children do not plan games before they play them, and the adoption by a shrill crowd of a trick performed tentatively by one small boy may ensue by instinctive imitation and rivalry without previous inclination or choice. But when the young crowd set out on a special run or to do some distinct mischief, the common impulse is a little revolt, a distinct adventure, crossing the round of custom. A new sport may then be established, at once admired by the players and perhaps regarded by the community at large as highly criminal, so that the ethos of this form of society will be ambiguous, at once highly honorable in its own eyes and deeply detestable in the eyes of others. I will call this, therefore, the militant order, understanding that it includes all voluntary associations that cross the generative order of society, not military bands only, but all political parties, religious sects, and parasitical arts. But which arts are parasitical? Shepherds and husbandmen may say that they alone are profitable laborers, not indeed by producing anything, for nature alone produces, but by assisting nature to produce food for man abundantly and regularly and always at hand. Itinerant strangers who come telling stories and offering useless trinkets and medicines are parasites who expect to be fed and clothed in exchange for their trash. Yet the women and children, who are themselves parasites, love tales and love toys, and when the father has become a rich man, he has to humor them, so that it is with those wild and lazy black sheep, like Esau, who are impatient at home and run away to the wilderness, and who, as soon as game becomes scarce, return to steal the sheep and the stores belonging to their industrious family. These truants are not essentially different from the armed bands and the robber barons that eventually settle in caves or castles and become a government and a luxurious society living entirely by the labors of the enslaved peasants. It is true that each bandit and each baron will say that he protects his victims from other bandits and other barons, but that merely proves that parasites have become a plague and that radical measures should be taken to exterminate them all. A principle which we may call defensible, since it is often defended, underlies this exposition. It is that man lives by bread alone. Therefore, every art that does not contribute directly or indirectly to supply mankind with food is a vain art, and those who practice it are parasites. This was a favorite theme for ancient poets, Arcadia and the Saturnian reign, when there were no ships, no commerce, and no luxuries. Yet even agriculture requires instruments, and unless it be the Garden of Eden, people require clothes and shelter and furniture of many kinds. Trades must therefore be allowed to exist, at least in the service of rustic life and in its defense. These trades will require special skill and special knowledge. The differences of age and sex, as well as of natural gifts, will establish diversity in the uses that people make of their leisure and in their tastes and manners. There will appear, therefore, other criteria of excellence, other forms of happiness, besides the virtue of laboring in order to eat, sleep, and breed. The question will thus arise in what proportion the necessary and the optimal arts shall be allowed to develop. The criterion will no longer be merely the contribution made to food and to the means of enjoying food, but will be some ideal of the free uses to be made of life, when food has been secured, tolerable in quantity and quality. The choice and measure of these other arts inevitably superimposed on agriculture determines the economic order of society. But as many of these arts, in a material sense, are parasitical yet may be important for human happiness, I will call it rather the rational order. In each of these orders, mankind exercises its own vital powers either in harmony with the ambient powers of nature or in conflict with them. A conflict which, for instance, in horticulture is partially a liberation of latent powers and other things, just as the powers of nature, when beneficent, liberate latent powers in man. This alternation of war and of alliance between man and his environment appears in the order of generation, but in the militant and rational orders, the conflicts and alliances observable are between persons or nations, or within an individual, between his passions. It will be in the militant order that the interplay of dominations and powers will appear most clearly, yet this interplay can never be understood or intelligently judged without remembering the generative order, which is not merely the earliest, but remains fundamental throughout, lending body to all dominations and powers apparently moral. So too, without remembering the rational order, or implicitly appealing to it, nothing human can be justly criticized or appreciated, and politics in particular remain a scramble for place and power without justification. For after all, it is the spirit that witnesses and compares all things, and can criticize the will of the human psyche, which is the agent and protagonist in all these dramas. In choosing this division into 3 orders for the arrangement of my materials, I am guided by analytic and moral interest, not by any merely descriptive or anthropological theory. The 3 orders are interwoven in reality, and while the first may exist without the second or third, as in the vegetable kingdom, the other orders cannot exist without the first. And in human history, the second and third are also present throughout. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to contrast them, since dominations and powers show their colors within each political or economic system, and the interest that guides the moral philosopher is less to trace the passage of mankind from one type of organization to another than to distinguish in each type the good and the evil that it comports. In other words, to disentangle the powers at work in the civilization and mark the domination that one or another of them may exercise over the rest. The book of Genesis, for instance, describes an earlier society than does the book of Kings, as is natural, but the interesting thing to observe is not this temporal succession, but the survival of patriarchal ideals, including monarchical theism, in a society that has become decidedly militant, and it may be even more interesting in the end to observe how patriarchal ideals not only survive but become again dominant among the Jews in their prophetic period and in their religious influence, while in the Catholic Church, militancy and spirituality remain subject to an unconquerable reliance on the generative order, seen in the conception of a miraculous temporal and material universe which there, in theory at least, always dominates politics and devotion. So too, the tragic legends, which, more than the religious myths, inspire Greek morality, exhibit a conflict between the generative and the militant orders, coloring the rational order that supervenes in Greek philosophy, Allegiance to the generative order with latent and scarcely recognized economic motives dominates the issue and dictates perpetual war, trade, and colonization, as well as the cyclical changes in the government of cities. Finally, with the decline of classic antiquity, pure philosophy and religion propose the domination of reason, but to little purpose, since they radically ignore or misrepresent the generative and militant order that inevitably underlie any spiritual life. Book First: The Generative Order of Society. Part 1: Growth in the Jungle. Chapter 1: Chaos and Order. Chaos is perhaps at the bottom of everything, which would explain why perfect order is so rare and precarious. Even when conquered by form in some particular, chaos revenges itself and proves its fundamental dominance by besieging that form with all sorts of violence or insidious disease until the form dissolves and the flux of existence reverts to a nameless continuity. For if chaos ever exists, and the world is not a mere exclamation of impatience, chaos must have a formal disorder of its own. Any collocation of elements is the collocation that it is. Any movement takes the precise course that it takes. But we are human beings, thinking in moral terms, and we give the name of disorder to any order in which we cannot recognize the visible essences to which we are accustomed. Chaos is a name for any order that produces confusion in our minds. Hence we may say, paradoxically, that a fresh recognition of chaos at the heart of nature may mark an advance in science. It will mark, at least, a closer view of the facts, rendering our preconceptions more consciously human. If study thereafter results in a new conception that seems clear and sufficiently true, we shall say that the order of nature has been more accurately revealed. If we remain perplexed and baffled, we shall at least have become aware of the abyss between our thoughts and their object. As modern astronomy has discredited the visual image of the round heavens, so modern natural history and politics have discredited the ambition of the ancients to legislate for eternity. History is a chaos, if we endeavor to impose our moral notions upon it. If we would find its true order, we must allow it to flow unguided, continually offering fresh suggestions of ideals which it never realizes or at last betrays. The shattering of that hope of the ancients to build a city on a rock and defy the ages, I think has brought us a real lesson, a valuable discipline to our pride. It has adjusted our wills in this respect to the nature of things, which is chaotic in the sense of being in a pervasive flux and shifting continually the basis to any moral order erected upon it. This is an old lesson, but ill learned until now, that it is vain to lay up our treasures where moth and rust do corrupt, and thieves break in and steal. Our safe treasures, the objects for us of rewarding love, lie in another sphere, and what existence can offer us is only some image, some suggestion, enabling us to conceive and to define those truly eternal objects. This fact does not render the earth less beautiful, but more so, as art or language is in one sense more beautiful than nature. It is more poignant. Instead of being a dead fact, existence has become an index. It points. Each climate and season bursts into special flowers, which hardly last for a day. But their way of blooming enchants us. We are transported by their scent. Evolution is not performing any set task, much less a task imposed on it for the greater glory of our prophetic minds. Evolution is evolving, it is unraveling itself as it can, and so are our affections. Nature is well ordered enough to have produced spirit, yet chaotic enough to have left it free. It is not obliged to copy or to love its antecedents. Before producing spirit, however, a very great constancy had to be established first in the stars, so that an earth might exist with atmosphere and vegetation for animate beings to breathe and to feed upon. Then an inconceivable involution had to be packed into the seed of those animate beings, so that they might be reproduced, and might, in the case of man, acquire arts and traditions. There is therefore a whole cosmos, a whole network of persistent order, presupposed in the existence of spirit. And it is, as it were, a domestic temptation for spirit to worship that parent order and to idealize it falsely, as if it were a moral order designed to produce and to protect the human spirit. Here is where the chaos, beneath and within all order, comes in and saves the spirit from idolatry. No, the order of nature is cruel to spirit. It plays with spirit like a cat with a mouse, and through this cruel discipline, it disenchants the spirit, absolves it from love of existence, from trust in time and in labor, and teaches it to be free, to enlarge its love to a whole hierarchy of perfections, to all the ordered things into which impartial chaos is ready to grow, so that by that very disorder by which spirit is tormented and mortified, it is weaned, it is emancipated, it is directed upon a realm of being where no chaos is possible, because there all essences are inviolate and perfect after their kind. Yet where no order is inimical to another order, no beauty to another beauty. Chapter 2. The Birth of Liberty. The first act of a newborn child is a cry. His little lungs, useless and squashed hitherto, have now filled with air. They must expel it. But the untried bellows has not yet caught its natural rhythm, and makes a feeble, strident, uncertain sound. Such is the first reflex action of free life, the prophetic counterblast to that death rattle which will be its last exhalation. And this first cry reveals a wonderful power. The child can make the noise that he hears. This is the first assertion of liberty, his first experience of power. A cry. He finds himself lying on his back in the open. His arms and legs, that used to be curled up and pressed to his body like folded wings, can now be stretched out and wagged. He wags them. This is the second free act. Agitation. but to wag arms and legs, as well as to cry out, is tiring. He feels cold. He feels unhappy. He doesn't know what to do. Things are getting worse and worse. Yet he can still blow, and he bursts out crying again, this time desperately, convulsively, with many tears. This would prove the end of his free career had not nature made the sound of such wailing a potent signal to call his mother and the bystanders to his aid. They pick him up, wrap him up tenderly, fold back his arms and legs into their old places, warm him and sing to him until he falls asleep and is almost as happy as before he was born. Such is the history of man's first experiment in liberty. After it, his sleep is not likely to be absolutely unruffled. He will be pressed too hard here or exposed too much there. He will be shaken and turned over to no purpose. Some loud noises may startle him, or his own vital balance may be upset, for he is now a complete automation within his skin, and he may grow restless and open his eyes of his own accord. What he sees is light, if this light is equally diffused, as in a thick fog at sea. The sensation will be much like that of warmth or darkness or duration, a pure feeling, qualitative but inarticulate. More probably, however, the light will be unequally distributed and focused perhaps at a single point, like a spark. The child's eyes will automatically fix that point, and if the point moves, they will follow it. Then something philosophically momentous has happened to that child. He's not merely seeing, he's looking. He's distinguishing the spark from the darker field over which it moves, and he is retracing that movement by movement within himself. His organism, since it is living and autonomous, can repeat this inner movement after the spark has disappeared. Therefore, it can reawaken for the child the image of that spark. The child has proved that he is endowed with intelligence. He can retain a fixed term in thought to mark a lost fact in nature, one on which he need no longer react. Nor is the eye alone in developing surprising powers. Those arms and legs that wag so idly, merely to stretch themselves and play, run up against one another or against other things, and it is marvelous how quickly and tightly the fingers will cling to anything suitable that comes in their way, and the toes also, though less successfully. Ah, had this child only been a young monkey! Had he only had a long flexible tail to wind itself round something strong and save him from falling. For be it observed, it is not for the sake of possession that hands and feet are so grasping. It is for the sake of support, for the sake of safety. If no danger threatens, the child relaxes his grasp, drops what he had seized, likes to throw it away. He wants to play with the world, not to acquire and keep it. Burdens would compromise his liberty, and his impulse is to be master. The mouth, that seemed good only for making a noise, soon comes into contact with solid things also, and discovers a more important vocation. It can suck. It can draw in substance and energy to repair the terrible, perpetual, insidious waste caused by shouting and wagging and weeping and playing. Yes, even by living, even by thinking. Liberty needs to be fed. This is an antecedent necessity which liberty is slow to recognize. The freer a creature is, the more it takes its freedom for granted, and the less it notices the sources of that freedom. Euphoria seems a matter of course, and objects appear as happy creations, like songs or like thoughts, or if any of them proves obdurate and independent, it is recognizable as an obstacle or an enemy. Once the obstacle is removed or the enemy devoured, euphoria returns, and it is only later, in reflection upon much experience, that the obstacle may seem to have been a stimulus and a plaything, and the devoured enemy good food for liberty. It was the mouth that quite freely and spontaneously uttered the child's first cry in wonder or in terror at finding himself alive. But very soon, this same mouth becomes the channel for supplies, which it constantly and urgently calls for from the surrounding world. It takes the place of that umbilical cord, surely never noticed by the sleeping child, that used to feed him in his seclusion while he grew, took shape, and became himself. Only that now, in the open, the mouth of man can do little to obtain food. It can only chew it and swallow it when caught and brought to it by those hands and feet that at first wagged in idleness. They will still scamper and beat about with a great waste of energy, as the boy's voice will still shout its shrillest at every turn in the game. Yet all this would be but practice and providential rehearsals for serious work to come. Soon arms, legs, and voice will have little energy left for play. They will be kept busy, if not exhausted, in pursuit of food for the mouth, until this disciplined service of liberty will have seemed to abolish liberty and turn it all to hard labor. Yet, so long as life endures, liberty cannot die. It only sleeps, ready to awake again on the first occasion. Chapter 3. Primal Will. Birth in mammals is inevitably violent, not like the unfolding of a bud or even the hatching of a bird. Chicks step out, pert and inquisitive, from the broken shell, and there is nothing heavy or helpless about the tumult of the hungry brood in the nest. But the human suckling has had a hard time of it, and that first cry of his, besides uttering alarm at the sudden emptiness and cold that surround him, may also be heaving a sigh at great troubles past, and at the lost Elysium, unconscious while it lasted, that somehow looms behind all trials and sorrows. Sweet was that generative euphoria of silent growth, in profound security, more vital and free than any artful or deflected action in a world of accidents. The first of Newton's laws of motion tells us that all bodies persevere in their state of rest or of motion in a straight line, unless prevented by external forces. This is not what the naked eye sees in the streets or in the fields, nor what happens to us in our customary movements. We tire soon of any one motion, and also of inaction. Boredom, inexpressible boredom, would be our lot if we had to obey that fundamental law of all free bodies, and yet I think that, in spite of the progress and modesty made by science since Newton's day, His proud first law ideally divines the primal, spontaneous behavior of every element of being. Nevertheless, on the scale of human perception and action, those hypothetical elements are unrecognizably fused or interwoven organically, so that the units distinguishable by our senses are compacted of innumerable invisible tensions, arrested impulses, and unstable equilibriums, established by fortune, as if every atom in our bodies were already one of the hungry worms waiting to devour us. Therefore, all our large human units, physical and moral, are tragically transitory, and our enacted wills comically cheated by our secret desires. For in society, we act as persons with apparent spontaneity and initiative, yet were we really able to have our way, not one of us would persevere, like Newton's free bodies, in the course or in the state in which we actually find ourselves. Our own official wills are often false to our natures, not so much through hypocrisy as through blind habit and gregarious vagueness. Indeed, even those silent and undeviating motions of the heavenly bodies can never move in a straight path, but are tethered to the parent sun by a tyrant attraction. On the other hand, we must allow that a monstrous liberty to keep forever being or doing the same thing is a vain and unreal demand, the satirical limit of independence. Among living beings, such independence is not only not found, but is logically impossible, because life is an exchange of materials and a variation of phases. It requires to be launched, surrounded, and fed, and the liberty proper to life needs to be fed also. At the same time, this environment and this food must feed and surround something given. There must be a station from which things are viewed, a seed for whose development other things can be noxious or useful. There must be specific directions of growth, at least potential, for the living process to exemplify. Otherwise, the emergence of life can never be discerned, nor its progress measured, nor its varieties and perfections distinguished. This prerequisite lends a fresh importance to the notion of free beings persevering, each in its own state or in its own motion. In physics, this notion may prove only a useful fiction, but in logic, morals, and politics, it becomes a fundamental principle. By it, attention is first fixed on anything distinct or definable, on anything right or good. It introduces the recognizable or essence, without which language and thought would be impossible. For this reason, Aristotle, who in spite of realistic observation and judgment was at bottom a disciple of Socrates and Plato, believed that all motion and change were violently imposed, that they were all not powers but dominations. Even the plants, although animated by divine intelligence, did not by nature or quite spontaneously repeat their eternal round, nor could the sphere of fixed stars do so daily at a frightful speed. Even the planets, although animated by divine intelligence, did not by nature or quite spontaneously repeat their eternal round, nor could the sphere of the fixed stars do so daily at a frightful speed. They were impelled thus to labor only by hopeless love of something immutable, namely, of eternal mind. This he taught, although he was no poet, or rather because he was no poet. He could believe that utility governed the world, and that nothing could exist save for the sake of something else. In this, as in the Platonic worship of essence, there was tragic wisdom, but it expresses the ultimate religion of spirit, not the primary motive power or will in nature. It therefore inverts by a schoolmaster's fallacy the generative order of life and of society, as if grammars had been written first and children manufactured afterwards, rather unsuccessfully, to learn them. In order to trace as faithfully as possible the generative order of things, let me return now to our ideal infant at his second awakening. I say our ideal infant because although I mean to study existence as it naturally expands, I am interested less in the accidents of existence than in its potentialities, an interest that, far from being inconsistent with my materialism, is inspired by it. Since, from the point of view of politics, the essence of matter is precisely its potentialities, our potentialities, for us, are as yet mere ideals, but ideals rooted in the actual movements of society and in the primal will of man, duly controlled by the material circumstances in which, from time to time, he may be living. Now, it is this primal will of man that at his second awakening our ideal child is about to discover. Let us suppose that he awakes gently, not for being rudely shaken or compressed or turned upside down by unknown powers, but having been softly kept warm and troubled by no revolution in his insides. He now quietly opens his eyes, because after all they were made to open. He sees lights, bright spots, vague luminous shadows that drift by and disappear. They dazzle, they tire, they do not satisfy. Somehow he wants help. His arms and legs, and especially his mouth, are after something. There is something more real than lights at work within him, demanding something more real than lights outside. He is hungry. Food, now that he is no longer supplied with ready-made blood from his mother, is his fundamental need. Here his plight and his behavior demonstrate a radical truth which he does not yet perceive, and perhaps will never quite acknowledge, that he is not free at all, but altogether dependent, since he cannot exist unless supported by other things. A need is not a good, it denotes a condition to be fulfilled before some natural virtue can be exercised and some true good thereby attained. To feel needs is to feel separated from the good by some unfulfilled prerequisite to possessing it. Therefore, the state of that child awakening with a need is an essentially precarious and unhappy state. It need not be acutely miserable. He may merely feel restless, troubled, impatient. But if the requisite mother's breast or nurse bottle is not immediately offered, he will begin to whimper. And presently, distress being aggravated by his own efforts, he will suddenly change his stops and break out howling with all the might of a concentrated impotence. The impotence of what? The impotence of primal will in each creature, an impotence undoubtedly armed with enough internal power to be foiled in its blind agitation, and to devour its own strength in its all-embracing fury. This initial endeavor does not know what would satisfy its need, yet feels overwhelmingly what Hamlet calls a plentiful lack in the empty desire to exist. This, considered inwardly, is the fatal source of spiritual suffering. This and nothing but this is the primal will in man. Chapter 4. Needs and Demands. Primal will, as I understand it, is not coextensive with the entire automatism of nature. Automatism and will are indeed akin, and the first always subtends and envelops the second. Will, however, though it does not imply intelligence or premeditation, does imply eagerness to act. For this reason, I should not attribute will to plants, in spite of the precise and persistent order of their growth. Seeds are not impatient Each has its promise within, but none possess the active organs requisite to pursue the realization of that promise. All wait for the timely assistance of sun and rain, or even of roving insects, to bring them the means of growth and of reproduction. It is animals with their prehensile and locomotive organs that are first able to rummage for food and run after mates with a pertinency as faithful as it is voluntary. A violent sense of urgency apparently fills them during the pursuit, but not for any previous idea of the object or the result. The law of nature at bottom would seem to be that the object should disappear when attained, devoured, or forgotten, and that the avid chase should recur forever only to keep the ball rolling. Human life, however, goes through a multitude of phases, many of the earlier subsisting submerged during the later ones and being their foundation. Morally, the child is still a mere embryo, destined to enact a drama of adventure in a world that will both fertilize and suppress his native powers. When he cries in his hunger, he does not know for what he is crying. He finds presently that he has recovered the reality, that it satisfies him, restores his peace, allows him to dismiss all questions and go to sleep again. Yet increasingly there will come placid intervals of wakefulness for looking and loving and exploring. His hands and even his feet will attempt to seize everything. They will cling for a moment to what they seize, but there is nothing profitable in this, as there was when something suitable got into his mouth. The fingers and toes give it up at once, let go, or even toss the vain thing away with something like spite. The child is not yet acquisitive. He is born an aristocrat and a prodigal. Life seems to require equable support in its beginnings. Before it can begin to live dangerously, it must have been deeply sheltered, so that all the buried pregnancy of its seed may become potent in it. So in war, which brings us back to fundamentals, the stronghold, half buried in the earth, is at once a home and a castle for the primitive man. Later, the walled city, always ready to stand a siege. Finally, shelter is sought in the mechanism that calls most urgently for peace, because it is most exposed in war. I mean, in the tissue of maritime and industrial relations stretched all over the world. It is said that Russian soldiers, in readiness for a severe engagement, arm themselves first with ammunition, then with vodka, and lastly with rations. Ammunition in the militant order corresponds to safety in the order of generation. It prevents the enemy from coming to close quarters by disabling him first, just as ditches and mounds and walls prevent him from doing so by interposing a passive obstacle. Vodka frees primal will from untoward entanglements, revives courage in the morning, and drowns discomfort and worry at night. Only then, when there is respite from battle, food has its turn. This is the order, not indeed of vital growth, but of rational defense. As we are told in the gospel not to take thought for what we shall eat and drink, and yet to build our house upon a rock. Safety will not keep us alive, but without a feeling of safety and the vital liberty that comes with that feeling, life would not be worth living. But how terribly precarious this vital liberty is. Primal will assumes it without question, and gets on well enough so long as it demands nothing that the intrinsic tendency towards equilibrium amongst all movements has not provided. So the child finds sooner or later, and in most cases, maternal arms to hold it and breasts to give it suck. The eyes will find light to see, the hands things to play with. In this way, established instincts and customs ordinarily find a physical and social world in which they can operate, since that world has, for some time, suffered those customs and instincts to flourish and become a part of its domestic economy. These natural adjustments between will and opportunity are, however, loose, conflicting, and variable, so that our trustful child will fall 1,000 times and be continually hungry, or hurt, or beaten, or disappointed, as it is contrary to primal will to reform. It may be checked, driven under, cheated, and misled by false promises, but it can never be changed, if it is truly primal, by opposition, only by internal variation. What may happen is that after long suppression, some of its demands may be atrophied, and others diversified into caprices and fashions that entertain for a while without giving much satisfaction. The primal will of the psyche is thereby partly inhibited and partly distracted or entrapped. In order to liberate that will and allow it to develop congenially, we should have to discover its true latent needs. The true needs of a psyche would be those that, if satisfied, would free that psyche from moral contradiction. These needs will vary as the psyche grows, and as this growth will be controlled by circumstances, the ultimate needs of a soul are not fully determined by its inherited disposition. We can hardly imagine what the needs of a human psyche might have become had the world miraculously satisfied them all as they came to the surface. As things are, day by day, from birth up, total or partial denials will have confronted the psyche. It will have learned, if it is teachable, to be patient and to tread the beaten path. If only the world itself were constant, it might educate that psyche to need nothing but what it finds or can contrive by its own action. Unfortunately, apart from physical catastrophes, the social world is more variable than any psyche can honestly be, so that adjustment to it is impossible to the heart, even if it be achieved, as it rarely is, by the intellect. Some, and probably the deepest and most fundamental of true human needs, can therefore never be satisfied. In this predicament, the generative resources of nature may veer in various directions. The more stupid animals and the more confident idealists simply persist in their rash endeavor and die martyrs to their first faith. Flightier spirits drop every disappointed hope to pick up the next for no better reason. The martyr, however, might have been deceived in his innocent faith, and when compelled to give up his mistaken demand, might have discovered his true vocation, perhaps not wholly impracticable in the world, in any case, worth dying for, and the cynic, on his part, feeling the ignominy of needs and demands imposed by the flesh on the spirit, all equally gratuitous, might play the imposed game only for sport, laughing at his tyrant fate and never risking his secret treasure, which would be his scorn of existence. This distinction between needs and demands has an obvious application to democratic customs when, instead of studying the true needs of the people Their leaders profess humbly to await the expression of popular desires. But the populace has no collective memory and no natural common psyche. Consensus is attained only by talk, in which now immediate advantages, really attainable, are offered to the public in its innocent greediness, and now impossible promises are made to some political sect in its blind enthusiasm. All the demands fostered by political propaganda are thus likely to be vain, some because the object is worthless and would satisfy no true need when attained, others because the true need felt is one of the inopportune gropings of nature after something impossible, a demand which wisdom would outgrow and a prudent education would discourage. Chapter 5. Liberty Lost. When the young child has discovered his primal will, which is to feed, to grow, to master and possess everything, when he has learned that his mouth and hands have the power to absorb and to grasp what satisfies that will, then a terrible counter-discovery awaits him. He had lapsed securely into placid sleep, and when he woke again, he knew perfectly what he wanted. Yes, but how shall he get it? How can it happen that sometimes there is no breast at hand, or that it is covered up or snatched away from him? Is his will, then, not a power? Is it only a need, only a capacity to call for the well-known good, to cry for it miserably, vehemently, and in vain? No, not altogether, for presently the breast is here once more, the milk flows, and the last slow tears trickle cold down his cheek. Perhaps he can have his fill. Perhaps he can go to sleep again, half comforted. But sleep will never be beatific now. A vague uneasiness will drift through it. He will have his first bad dreams. The first shock of having his will disregarded and his vital liberty smothered and defeated by dark contrary powers soon subsides into a habitual mood of vague suspicion and injured innocence. Things are wicked, but they sometimes smile and may become obliging. Other persons, for things all appear to him rather in the character of persons who please or offend him, ghostly persons, as he begins to distinguish and recognize them, no longer leave him quite helpless. His liberty is not gone altogether. By exercising it, he may accomplish a good deal, and get those alien powers to do for him, in part or in time, that which he wishes. He learns that often crying works, also begging. And meantime, if he is a healthy child, he learns something much more deeply satisfactory. By looking at the dog, or calling him, or patting him, he can make the dog come, or follow, or wag his tail. And by picking up blocks and putting one over another, he can make them stay for a while, just as he puts them. Here is vital liberty recovered. Here is a part of this unintelligible world that behaves as it should. Education, if the child is teachable and well cared for, ultimately develops another side also. Sometimes, when mother is cross or when the pup is naughty, the fault is not wholly theirs. The trouble was that he, the child himself, by chance did the wrong thing, spilt the milk, or didn't throw the ball, when he pretended to throw it. He was a fool. It's not worthwhile to indulge useless whims that bring trouble, and it's not worthwhile to insist on wanting what you can't have. The best way to make things come about as you wish is to learn to like the way they have coming about of their own accord when you give them a gentle push. This is one of the first and most fruitful lessons of experience, the great lesson of conformity. Conformity with the nature of things in order to profit by them, conformity with the will of God, so as to be content with the measure of profit which things, when intelligently exploited, can yield us. This is not, I think, the ultimate lesson of experience, because it chokes that fountain of life within each individual, which can play freely in its own ideal way, even when nothing else feeds it. Yet, conformity is the method of successful action and art, and it partly saves vital liberty by bending before the denials of fortune and compromising with them. Uncompromising spirit has only one means of dominating absolutely: to understand the cruel world and to transcend it ideally. This is an escape and an enthronement of spirit vertically. There can be no real victory on the horizontal plane of flux and mutation. There can be only idyllic interludes amidst perpetual quarrels. These the poet and the philosopher may make the text of their meditation, as the musician, more abstractly than the moralist, may draw from their movement and passion themes for his harmonies. Chapter 6. Vacant Freedom. We commonly think of an atom as free to move in empty space, since there are no obstacles to impede or deflect its motion, and we say, in our human language, that it can move as it chooses, if it has or develops an impulse to move. We may, if challenged, discount these metaphors drawn from human life, yet figures of speech often leave behind them metaphysical illusions when they are imported into physics or mathematics. In this case, for instance, in spite of all critical disclaimers, we may continue to imagine that a single atom in infinite empty space might or might not change its position, might travel at an assignable speed in an assignable direction, and might have constant dimensions of its own by which its trajectory can be measured. Yet in infinite geometrical extension, none of these things is conceivable, for in a vacuum there is no intrinsic scale, nor any individuality in the points of the compass. The most elaborate universe might be inscribed in any part of pure extensions, and alleged flight in any direction would be indistinguishable from rest or from flight in any other direction at any other speed. This relativity was well known before Einstein. It was only Descartes and Newton who seemed to deny it. We experience it personally whenever the medium through which we move remains empty and homogeneous to our apprehension. Sitting in a quiet garden, we feel, and morally feel quite truly, that we are at rest. So too, lying in a cabin on a calm night in the fastest of steamers. If the scientific observer outside assures us that we are moving at some astronomic rate, This is true only because cosmic space is not empty. Material bodies and material currents diversify it and render it an existing medium. Where there are no material bodies and no light traversed measurable space, and how we know front and back, up and down, determined by our organic structure and functions. No point in that space and no direction or distance could differ at all from any other, and the infinite vacancy that left that atom spaciously free would prevent it from ever moving. The illusion of possible motion in an infinite vacuum reappears in the moral illusion of free action without a definite impulse in an existing world. Agent and occasion must pre-exist, even God or the universe, if we attribute liberty to them, would exercise it internally by the circulation of their substance or the play of their dialectic, without the need of the possibility of any aid from beyond. They would live eternally free and self-sufficing in a vacuum. So we, and probably all animals, when we are young, well-fed, and untrammeled, nurse the illusion of self-sufficiency. We think we could live happy if eternally free in a world we might build around us and constantly rebuild like a happy dream to suit our secret disposition. This feeling is not too extravagant to be the guiding inspiration of some romantic philosophers, notably Fichte, and in a less articulate form, it underlines much modern sentiment in politics. Reformers, when they utter the word liberty, and peoples, when they take up arms in response to that cry, seldom have a clear idea of what they will do with their liberty when they have won it. Inse petit placidum sub libertate quietum is the motto of the state of Massachusetts. Once liberty secured, the blue sky will make mankind happy forever. I think there is an ultimate spiritual ideal in this illusion, the ideal of heaven or of nirvana, but this requires us to transcend everything in human nature except intellectual light, and lies beyond the horizon of politics. That which turns vacant freedom into an object of passionate desire may be seen in our ideal child when a little older. He no longer wants his arms and legs to be bundled up close to his body. Soon, except when tired or hurt, he struggles against being held or carried and insists on toddling on his small feet at the risk of finding himself unintentionally sitting down. Never mind, that only screws up his love of independence to ignore the accident as if it hadn't occurred. Finally, he will even scorn to be led by the hand. His joy will be to run faster than other boys, dodge them, or even fight them, to prove that he can do what he likes and fears nobody. All this is an evident rehearsal of what we see in politics and in the superficially courteous arts of diplomacy. Fundamentally, every vitally integrated tribe, nation, or government, unless in straits, looks on all others as nuisances or dangers that it would be a relief to get rid of. Their territory ought to be annexed, the inhabitants assimilated, exterminated, or reduced to slavery. A treaty of peace or of commerce is a temporary compromise dictated by necessity or minor convenience. The political ideal remains always infinite, vacant freedom surrounding a chosen way of life. This ideal has been loudly proclaimed by every militant religion, as today by the apostles of both kinds of democracy. It was frankly expressed by Virgil for the Romans and by Dante for the Holy Roman Empire, and it is betrayed by the Soviets now in their continual demand for unanimity. In those who dislike to mention it, it persists in secret unrest and perplexity at the existence of so many millions of blacks and of heathens, while good innocent souls everywhere are irritated at foreigners who do not speak the right language or have the right manners. It is the outsider who suffers some casual discomfort for being out of his element, but the deeper wound festers in the native soul because it feels morally ignored and contradicted. The thirst for vacant freedom may nonetheless be a sign of inner fullness, when a people or an art is really able to guide itself better than tradition or tutelage could guide it. In this case, the freedom gained in the open would be vital liberty. Then the desired reform, if grafted on the right tree in an appropriate climate, might absorb substance where it had asked only for freedom, and might merge in a united and persistent public life. But more often it is blind constraint that provokes rebellion. A foreign domination seems to be a disgrace, or a rival home government a disaster. Then the love of liberty is only a strange name for the hatred of repression, and the reformer, if he succeeds, will be himself a tyrant. In an ancient and complex society, there are bound to be institutions and customs that offend particular persons and particular circles. There is bound, therefore, to be disaffection, more or less general and more or less profound. Yet it is not the fault of a living organ if another organ arises that finds the first an impediment. The established order may reasonably ask why the new experiment is not tried elsewhere, where vacant liberty might surround it and allow it to display all its possibilities. But people cannot choose where or when they shall be born, and the fact that in their own time and country they find much to annoy and impede them seems to them a scandal. The constitution, the habits, the whole past of their nation ought to have been drastically different, so that they might have opened the way to the perfect order now first imagined. Ignorant wills cannot reflect. They cannot consider that it is not any initial wrongness in the established order, but an accidental newness in their own demands that creates a discord, and the reformers blame the world for being themselves ill-fitted to live in it. The reforming passion in the reformer would like to make a clean slate of society, as Descartes, who had theoretically made a clean slate of the universe, detested the picturesque cities of his day and thought they ought to be demolished and rebuilt geometrically, like the fortresses of Vauban. Such minds belong to the militant order, and forget that they are themselves slow and groping products of generative nature, as indeed appears in their reconstructions, when these can be built to stand. There is always more in the reformer than his reforming zeal, especially if he is an artist, and there is always more in the world than the vacant freedom that the will, in its blindness, had hoped to find. Chapter 7. Logical Liberty or Contingency. There are various kinds or stages of liberty in the growth of things. Logically, the most primitive and profound groundlessness lies in the essential contingency of existence. This world is only one of a numberless multitude of possible worlds, even if in the vain effort to impose reason on fact we suppose that the universe is absolutely infinite and realizes all logical possibilities. A horrible nightmare. That monstrous universe would still be contingent. It might have been less indiscriminate, more selective, or as we might say, more moral, to have arranged all conceivable facts in all conceivable orders would be itself an arbitrary freak, an insane fatality. No logical necessity compelled that infinite plenitude of being to exist, or any part of it. Existence itself, on this analysis, is thus necessarily wedded to chance, which may also be called contingency or logical freedom. When, on a clear night, we survey the stars, the spectacle, in one sense, exceeds our powers of synthesis, but only after having potently stimulated and satisfied them. The starry universe seems infinite, but as far as possible from being miscellaneous. That heavenly host is an army in uniform. All are armed with different degrees of the same light, of the same power, of the same silence. This infinity is extraordinarily homogeneous, exclusive, and pure. The contingency of existence remains. The sense of it perhaps overwhelms us. For that the universe should be like this is a wonder. It is a miracle, but it is a miracle of order, of intense vitality, in intense peace. If the aspect that the universe offers us, seen at a distance, on this scale, were confirmed when we daily come to close quarters with it in our earthly lives, we should feel that, while its existence was miraculous, its form and order were eminently rational, for the fatality that imposed this particular character on it, that it should be composed of numberless spheres, shining and circling in a vast space, as if by a common impulse, and with a common exactitude and joy, seems a most happy fatality, and we may gather from it, if we reflect, that reason presupposes a contingent, particular order of life potential in us, if we are able and willing to attach our private capacities to the opportunities that the steady march of nature happens to offer us. This spectacle might teach us, if we had not otherwise perceived it, that while the essential contingency of existence keeps every door perpetually open to change, it by no means compels existence to try all those doors. Nature remains free to be constant. It may rest in what by chance it is. The logical bond between existence and freedom must not, then, be confused with the modern political notion that freedom means the practice of miscellaneous variation or continual reform. It means, indeed, the absence of any logical prohibition of reform or of variation, nor does it, being true radical freedom, impose change in any way. On the contrary, the sense that reform or variation in some particular direction is desirable presupposes the existence of a determinate form of life, a psyche that demands freedom from some particular obstacle, or liberty to pursue some possible good towards which that psyche is already directed, and to which it presupposes itself to remain attached. If this second presupposition were an error, and the very attainment of that desired good alienated the psyche from it and turned that good into evil. The original demand for change or reform, though prophetic of what was about to happen, would have been morally an illusion, since that desired possibility, when realized, was not the blessing expected. The psyche, being a mode of existence, may indeed choose variation for its own sake, as the greatest of goods and the very breath of life. And then the romantic irony of perpetually new loves and perpetual disappointments in love would be its chosen good. But unless the psyche is consistent, at least in this craving for change, change would itself prove to have been a false object of desire. Even the perpetual repetition of surprises would not be a moral benefit unless the only good for the psyche were to escape from its last choice, and the sweetness of marriage would depend on the prospect of divorce. Logical freedom must therefore be well understood to include freedom not to change, and the modern sense of maladjustment, with sweeping hatred of the past and the present, must not be regarded as native to liberty or to the love of liberty. In cosmology, also, the logical contingency of all facts does not prevent nature from maintaining as much order as it happens to maintain. In politics, the more economic order and the more constancy in that order, so much the greater security and liberty can man achieve in his arts. Science, meantime, has become accurate enough to discover the inaccuracy of its first great guesses. The fundamental logical contingency of things, whatever their order, is thus brought to the attention of the unspeculative. Rapid generalizations, taken for the laws of nature, are found or suspected not radically to dominate the facts. Like superstitions, these hasty generalizations in science flatter the love of domination in the human mind. We like to think that we have guessed the riddle, or that by a specific, infallible intuition, the hidden harmonies in things have struck our dreaming thoughts. But besides this intellectual vanity, which the superstitious indulge idly, and the scientific man indulges ambitiously, there is a sort of divine terror in these visions of immutable order in events. On the one hand, you are thereby encouraged to take risks, to lay wagers, to try experiments. The gambler and the inventor may not only pride themselves on their feats, but may make money by them. Yet here the dark side of the picture may appear. Luck may change. The experiment may fail. The explorer may perish. Perhaps the gambler's imaginary sure system or the theorist's universal law may survive their person and become a superstition in heady circles. In religion, it may even become terror of hell or of helplessness before inexorable fate, felt to mock and to crush our inner consciousness of liberty. A moment's reflection on the logical non-necessity or contingency of all existence should suffice to exercise the fear of fate, which is a spectre of order, or the fear of hell, which is a spectre of a bad conscience. Unfortunately, the sense of absolute contingency often raises another ghost, a fervid claim to liberty of indifference, which is a spectre of vital liberty. But the order that may prevail in nature unless we mean to include all time in our survey, may itself be a transitory order. In any case, it is evidently such an order in the world known to us, as involves a continual variation and destruction in material things, and utter moral disorder in history, terror at omens or predictions, with simple terror at future actions, fatal because they will come whatever you do. Chapter 8. Liberty of Indifference. The sense of contingency, the feeling that anything that happens might have happened differently, has a frivolous side and also a profound one. The notion occurs familiarly to frivolous, clever people who know all sorts of men and countries and are themselves the sport of miscellaneous alternative desires. If they were stupid and ignorant, they would think everything had to be as it is at home, that there could be no good language, religion, or taste other than their own. And if they were stupid but learned, not a rare combination, they would incline to think that everything must necessarily happen as the men of science or the philosophies of history explain that it happens according to physical or dialectical laws. These pedants ignore two considerations. The first is that the so-called laws are rash generalizations, the dialectics verbal and arbitrary, and the theories of science hypothetical. They are perhaps true only locally or approximately or often or for rough statistical averages. The second consideration is that even if known laws held universally for our known world, this fact would be itself contingent, and other worlds or other ages might be laughing at it, like the immortal gods. On this point, the sentiments of worldly skeptics seem to me more enlightened. Not more enlightened, perhaps, but far more earnest and deep-rooted is the conviction of many conscientious people who are sure that there is absolute contingency in their deliberate choices, since these choices produce particular actions which in turn have effects in the world at large. It follows that the whole structure of nature is plastic and obedient in some measure to the free will of human beings. The crucial point in this view is the clear intuition that the motives and prospects which incline a man to this side and to that were inadequate to explain the sudden decision that finally occurred in him, so that, as he will repeat again and again, it was he that made the decision, and not motives of measurable weight or more or less pressing circumstances that made it for him. I think there is no doubt, in many cases, of the accuracy of such confessions. They are sincere and exhaustive studies in self-consciousness. But what comes to consciousness in different minds comes from different depths and represents wider or narrower fields of acquaintance. Self-consciousness is not self-knowledge, much less does it afford a fair field from which to draw analogies to things in general. Yet, in this particular instance, I think that intense scrutiny of immediate experience does yield an intuition of a truth, not at all, however, of the truth about the ground or origin of human decisions, but about the inadequacy of the conscious arguments crowding and disputing in the mind to cause or justify the decisions taken. With this comes also the intuition of a positive truth, that beneath that loud forum of sophistical pleadings there is a silent judge, the self, that decides according to its free will, contingently and inexplicably. For the close texture of events in nature is what it is by chance, yet what it is by chance determines, according to the occasion offered, what it shall do by nature. The affinities of this self are far more constant and certain than the passing passions or influences that may absorb conscious attention. Therefore, the self can check its reasoning fancy, it can repel sensuous suggestions, it can seek dangerous adventures apparently without reason, it can recover its freedom and reverse its habits and opinions. Moreover, this hidden self is, like every other center or kind of movement in nature, perfectly contingent in being groundlessly determinate, and to this profound characteristic of all existence, self-consciousness bears witness in the conviction that a man is the author of his actions and that his actions are free. The consciousness of acting freely, and not by the measured weight of motives or reason, has therefore a natural basis, not only in human nature, but in the essence of all existence. But it is not so that in Christendom this feeling has been interpreted. Instead of fetching man's vital initiative from the very rudiments of life, spontaneity has been attenuated into something non-natural and nonsensical called the liberty of indifference. With tempting prospects open equally in opposite directions, the Beridians ask, between two equal bundles of hay, the liberty of indifference miraculously enabled a man to choose one alternative for no reason rather than the other, since there was nothing in his nature which he owed directly to God, nor in his circumstances which he owed also to God indirectly. To determine this choice, God could not be blamed for it if it were contrary to his commandments. Responsible was only the free will which wickedly chose sin, when the motives for sinning and for not sinning were naturally perfectly balanced. The man might then be justly damned or graciously saved, according to the turn taken by his, quote, liberty of indifference. This is not the place for examining the mythological and conceptual habits of thought that led to this singular conclusion. They are a part of the verbal and imaginative jungle which the exuberant fertility of nature breeds in the innocent mind, and society has done much to aggravate the confusion and the pain of these moral entanglements, for it has imposed codes and logics on minds that had not the natural bent, and loaded with praise and opprobrium to which the social man is keenly sensitive, the congenital choices of his blind heart. Chapter 9. Captive Spirit and its Possible Freedom. The above analysis applies to the life of spirit, when spirit ignores its station in the material world. This word, spirit, will occur at various crucial points in this book, because politics is a moral subject, and it is the earthly fortunes of spirit that, at bottom, are its theme. But the word has many meanings, and I had better explain at once in what sense I use it. By spirit, I do not understand any separate power, soul, person, or deity persisting through time with an individual character, like a dramatic personage. I understand by spirit only the awakened inner attention that suffuses all actual feelings and thoughts, no matter how scattered they may be and how momentary, whether existing in an ephemeral insect or in the eternal omniscience of God. Spirit, so conceived, is not an individual but a category. It is life insofar as it reaches pure actuality in feeling or in thought. All imaginable ideas fall within the sphere of possible spirit and are open to it by right of its intellectual essence. Yet, in fact, in you or me, poor spirit may be helplessly humming some old tune, or stupidly watching leaf after leaf fall from the autumn trees. Spirit is the witness, involuntary and unprepared, of everything real or imaginary, good or evil, that is ever experienced. Yet sometimes militant passion will drive spirit to proclaim the absolute rightness of one casual opinion and the intolerable wrongness of any other. Evidently, primal will is at work here, which is an inexplicable fatality to spirit. The venom of disagreement and the agony of doubt are alike physical, since this rivalry between opinions does not belong to them as pure thoughts. In it looms some obscure predicament of animal life, dumb terror at perhaps being cheated in action, contradicted by facts, ridiculed by tribal clamor, or left alone in a world false to its every promise, and militancy in which primal will becomes factious and makes war upon itself, likewise drags the spirit away from its intellectual innocence and monopolizes all its light, as in a hooded lantern, to guide it in some fatal adventure. But let us suppose spirit freed from all such material domination and faced only by the infinite morphology of pure being. This infinitude is not empty like that infinite extension, which is the conceptual ghost of physical space. It is the infinitude of the realm of essence, chock full, though without crowding or rivalry, of every form, quality, trait, or distinction by which anything could ever be assimilated to anything else or contrasted with it. Spirit is pure light, in itself equally ready to fall on anything, and we might think that the choice of its object ought to be left to it if, as we are supposing, spirit were absolutely free. What in that case would it choose? The supposition is mythical and contrary to fact, yet indirectly both the birth and the triumph of spirit, as we know or can imagine it, suggest what the choice might be. It was not by the spirit's choice at birth that the child's first cry was, on the whole, a cry of distress. When that cloud had passed, there was perhaps some light, especially some moving light, that led the child's eyes to follow it, not with distress, but in vague curiosity and wonder. There was a certain ambushed will prompting the spirit to look, to notice, to understand. Let us then say, in our myth, that the choice of the spirit would fall on anything, since any essence offers something to observe, or by a bold but legitimate inference, let us say that the choice of the Spirit would be to fall upon everything, to be omniscient. Now we noted that the child, even when he began to look and to grasp voluntarily and with apparent pleasure, at once lost interest or even tossed the thing away with a kind of spite. It would seem then that, if not spirit, at least the psychic function that evokes spirit is not directed upon apprehension for its own sake, but chooses the object and sustains attention upon it by force of circumstances that the spirit knows nothing of. And so, in regard to the ideal of omniscience, actual omniscience, such as is attributed to God, is not only beyond the power of spirit in man, but would be fatal to all incarnate spirit, because, not to speak of the infinite essence, omniscience in regard to facts would involve present knowledge of the entire past and the entire future of the universe, with all other creatures' wishes as clearly felt as one's own. The man's body might continue to live, but there would be no mind proper to that body, only a dramatic representation in the mind of a universal poet of what would have been his and everybody else's experience. And it is indeed, according to the witness of all profound spirits, such a dramatic representation of experience, and not the flux and perpetual injustice of the experience itself, that the spirit in man pursues as its ideal. For spirit is only as ideas, as essences, that things can be seen or loved, and it is only as an essence, whereas the truth about some fact, that existence can be possessed or retained by a free spirit. Incarnation, therefore, which seems to imprison the spirit in the toils of time, place, person, and circumstance, is in reality the cause of existence and the necessary prior occasion to any selection of images, feelings, wishes, or ideals that it may encounter. If it were disembodied, its indetermination would not be freedom, but absolute apathy and impotence. If it beheld and possessed everything, it would be without movement or preference, in a word, without life. Yet to be the very flower and flame of life is its intrinsic essence. Its proper freedom is liberation, disentanglement, parturition of its inner burden. For the spirit there is no question of choosing to be or not to be, or choosing this or that fortune or love. Given existence, given fortune, given love, in which the spirit is captive, the problem for it is to digest, to refine, to dominate that existence, that fortune, or that love, so as to become the perfect flower, the pure flame of that passion. The inner liberty of spirit will not then be vacant, but vital, for it will be the very vitality of its body and of its world, here now actualized and become conscious. Chapter 10. Vital Liberty. Thalassa, Thalassa, cried the 10,000 Greeks when, after a weary march from the depths of Asia, at last they saw the open sea. It is with this sentiment that politicians and moralists cry after vacant freedom. If we examine their words or their ideas, we find nothing there but negation or confusion of thought. But we find something decidedly positive if we examine their situation. They cry out for the same reason that makes a young child howl if held down too long or too tightly. They do not know what they want, but they find their condition insufferable. Vacancy, they feel, would be heaven if only they could get into it. Perhaps the open sea, with all its hardships and perils, might not have so much gladdened those exhausted adventurers if they had not had memories of ships, of friends, of tight little cities where there were fires and feasts and motherly women to welcome their return. Yet it is hardly the love of home in itself that warmed their hearts. Home had had trials that drove them from it, their escape, for space, for air, for being let alone. A cry for freedom, pure and simple, freedom wholly abstract yet unspeakably precious. But why does this empty freedom seem so full of promise? Why does the sea, a more inhuman element than air that we can breathe or fire that can warm and serve us? Why does this blue horizon tempt even the most disappointed traveler? Not surely for what he sees in it, but for what he feels potential and urgent in himself. Could he only escape this present constraint, this unnatural predicament? How spontaneously, how richly would he find 1,000 things to enjoy and to do? It is life in him, as in the impatient child that is aching to expand. The charm of vacant freedom is entirely secondary, borrowed, deceptive. It is vital liberty that the rebel wants, that he needs, that might alone make him happy. But in his inexperience or in his ill fortune, he does not know what form that vital liberty would take, and he cries only for the vacuum in which it might take any form it chose. His clamorous love of liberty is almost entirely hatred of compulsion. Liberty for the slave means simply freedom from his bonds. What then will liberty bring to the free man? This is the great question in morals and politics, and the difficulty in answering it is enormous, because all the external possibilities and all the inner demands that will impel or control that liberty remain unknown or unspecified. Robinson Crusoe had vacant liberty to perfection when he found himself cast on his desert island, but he would have perished of exposure, hunger, and boredom if he had not been richly furnished with mechanical skill and with sufficient instruments, cast up with him from the wreck to found a new economy. It is such arts, such fields, such instruments that the liberated slave requires for the exercise of his vital liberty. Else he must perish, like a fish out of water, for want of a medium fit to entertain and develop his natural powers. When I speak of natural powers or of primal will, I have in mind nothing immutable or identical in all the members of a particular race or a particular region or epoch. I do not even mean an unchangeable endowment, the prenatal product of sexual fertilization, which should determine the capacity and possible virtues of each different individual. There is undoubtedly a prenatal organism with a determinate compound heredity, but just as the heredity in each individual is a novel mixture of the two heredities of his parents, so the development of that compound heredity will be determined afresh at each moment by the stimulations, inhibitions, atrophy, or redirection which circumstances may impose. In nature, all events are fresh products of confluence among various currents, each possessed of its own energy and character, but none predetermining alone the combined result. and whether any of these initial currents survives unaltered in its source or in its movement depends upon the retroactive influence, if any, which that conjunction exerts. Nothing can alter the past, but a plastic organism can hardly help feeling to its very center the effect of the shocks it receives. The natural powers or primal will of each individual will therefore vary, perhaps infinitesimally, perhaps radically, in the course of their manifestation. The integrity of a person or of a government is a living integrity. It lies in the concomitant wholeness and absoluteness of the will. Fidelity to the past is not involved in it if the man or the people has undergone a veritable, nor is absolute constancy in this new allegiance to be expected, except in the measure in which the conversion responds to all the ingrained needs and all the relevant circumstances of that person or that people. Fidelity, for instance, to the marriage vow may be demanded of all wise and honorable persons, yet it is impossible that the actual love and spiritual union should preserve the same color through courtship, honeymoon, parenthood, old age, and separation by death. Natural powers and primal will are thus elastic, and vital liberty changes its form with the changing phases of life. This plasticity in the psyche, with its cycle of natural development and its capacity to profit by experience and training, has more than one moral consequence. In some measure, especially in youth and under discipline, vital freedom may leap into the breach and grow along the lines marked out for it by custom and opportunity. But often the growth of self-knowledge and of knowledge of the world widens the chasm between the mature demands of the will and the path open to action. That which the world allows and encourages may be the opposite of that which we truly prize, believe, and are competent to do, so that experience, instead of tending to create a harmony between vital liberty and lifelong practice, perhaps closes all the hatches down upon that liberty and condemns the true soul to voyage blind and captive below deck, while pirate circumstances sail the vessel. It is the frequency of this predicament that leads public feeling in modern times to identify liberty with rebellion, but rebellion at best can only clear away some obstacle to free living. The substance and psyche find or establish a world in which they bear their specific and appropriate fruit. Chapter 11: Necessary Servitude. We say that childhood is happy and charming. We love children as we do flowers, for their trustful helplessness and innocence, sometimes with an admiring pity, sometimes with a rather cruel liking for animal playthings. But for the child, childhood is ignominious. He has his pride in his own ways and is overpowered by sudden trouble. Yet in both he finds himself impotent. At every turn he must renounce and obey, ask questions and go get answers. And I speak only of children that are well treated. Childhood is the first necessary servitude of man. The whole problem of life appears in its essence when a child, animated by primal absolute will, discovers his physical dependence. And at first, if not his whole life long, he discovers only half of it. He feels checked. He ignores that he himself is derived, conditioned, supported. In recognizing the power of the non-ego, he recognizes it only as an enemy to be conquered or as an obstacle to be circumvented, at most as a possible ally to be won over. He cannot recognize it as a formative, sustaining power, much less as an undermining power within himself. He does not suspect the native treachery of those hands and of that heart which are working for the nonce in such lordly unison. Suppose now that a docile disposition and a sheltered nurture sustain this euphoria in him, almost undisturbed. An exhilarating sense of union with nature, with society, and with the gods may turn his youth into a pious festival. He will acquire all the wise virtues, together with a conviction of their exclusive and universal brightness, and he will count on the principles and promises of orthodox politics and religion. Have I asserted that matter cannot be cheated, and that a fair pact made with matter may be relied upon by the engineer? Perhaps it may, on a familiar scale, in the kitchen or the laboratory. The sun will rise in the morning, and the pot will boil if you light a fire under it. But earthquakes and tornadoes are unpredictable, and when you thought you had acquired all wisdom, your correct virtues and orthodoxy may have lost their prevalence, and you may miss the praises and the prizes of the world. You might have done better not to be so docile, and a less favorable climate might have trained you better for trials ahead. Worldly wisdom, which includes practical politics, must therefore change with the times, and it is not possible to establish a true unanimity between a perpetually changing world and a constant spirit. There is a radical antinomy here, because spirit, even in its most extroverted acts, such as sensation or perception, reaches a conclusion, defines an image, intuits an essence, which becomes a private term for it in retrospect and reasoning. Meantime, the flux of nature has flowed on, and were it not for the cyclical character of this flux, which without arresting any existence sustains approximately recognizable forms, mind would be totally incapable of learning anything about nature, its own matrix and vital source, which without arresting any existence sustains approximately recognizable forms. What the mind sees in nature is always but a garment, yet nature's children have in each family such a family likeness that a coat made for one brat, when he has outgrown it, will serve for his younger brothers, and it may serve even for his children's children, if it was well made of perdurable, ideal stuff. If this were all, the disparity between the movement of existence and the ideality of thought might seem admirable as well as instructive, as it would doubtless seem to spirits looking down on it from a changeless heaven. But the trouble in our case is that the psyche that kindles itself into spirit in us is itself a part of the flux of matter. It cannot itself be constant to its constant terms, but is continually slipping away from one set of habits to another, modifying its organs, growing old and becoming childish again, not only in decrepit individuals and societies, but in the normal renovation of the race, each generation being compelled to learn its lessons anew, and not to learn exactly the same lessons as its ancestors, but to forget their language and their gods in running after new idols. This tragedy, which defeats any true education of the psyche by its living contacts, is relieved by the possibility in civilized states of retrospective science, so that the learned, at least, by understanding this very instability in life, transcend it in speculation and can discount spiritually the bias of their own age while putting up with it in daily life and in politics. The consequence of such critical self-knowledge is spiritual self-transcendence, whereby the whole procession of natural events, known and unknown, is ironically congratulated for spinning itself out so variously, with so much vital vim and perpetual youthfulness, while it furnishes man, in his intellectual moments, fresh orchestral themes for his delight and wonder. The necessary servitude of the spirit in man is thus double, to the great world and to the animal psyche. The great world conditions psychic life, and the psychic life, so conditioned, conditions the spirit. When the generative order of nature develops harmoniously, so that the primal will in any part is not frustrated by the operation of primal will in its neighbors, the conditions of life, cosmic or animal, do not seem constraints, but blessings, and the spirit flowers joyfully in the psyche, as the psyche flowers beautifully in the world. Vital liberty, in that case, finds all the requisite means of action at hand, and feels no variation in its own demands. It may therefore ignore its dependence on its bodily organs and on their physical and social milieu. Such egotism, seen by the naturalist from the outside, may seem sheer madness, but the psychologist understands and forgives it, since it is inevitable presumption of a newborn healthy will. Pride normally indicates conscious capacity. Were the soul humble before it was contradicted and chastised by uncontrollable circumstances, it would be a feeble and empty soul. Humility is strong and profitable only when it is the fruit of experience and of a tragic contrast discovered and accepted between aspiration and destiny. Christian doctrine, in this, as in much else, contains a perfect allegory of the truth. We must be born again before we can enjoy true liberty or enlightened happiness. Our original unregenerate vitality was not madness, as solipsism would be, but only sin, not sin in yielding to any base or unworthy temptation, but that original sin of which Calderon speaks when he says that the greatest trespass of man is that he was ever born. It is the tragic sin of more arrogance in laying claim by existing on whatever we want when nothing is really ours. The sin does not lie, as superstitious cowardice supposes, in willing this or that which is taboo, but in willing anything without leave. Where leave is granted by fate, the love of life and of freedom is normal and noble. The psyche can then run its vital cycle with a happy zeal, and the spirit from each moral hilltop can select and fashion an inspired vision of the world. To primal will, liberty, therefore, seems a right, and is indeed an ideal that never can be surrendered, so that when this will, not being altogether extinguished, is forced to compromise with the dominant enemy, it still remains suspended and ready to reassert itself as soon as the hostile pressure is relaxed. Yet in the economy of nature, there is no such thing as a right. Existence itself is an unlearned gift and an imposed predicament. The privilege of more or less freedom is meted out to individuals and to nations temporarily and unequally, not by any ideal justice or law, but by the generative stress of a universal automism. Primal will pervades this movement. It is original and central at every point, in every atom or cell, and the confluence of all these impulses in their physical medium determines spontaneously the measure in which each may deploy its vital liberty. Chapter 12. Servitude to Society. The unfathomable non-ego dominates spirit in a man within and without, fitfully in the world and subterraneously in his hidden passions. To spirit in a philosopher, this same non-ego wears a specious unity to balance his own integrity, and he perhaps calls it the universe or fate, or if his imagination is dramatic, he may call it God. But to spirit in the child, with his shorter perspectives, the non-ego is distinctly plural, familiarly active, and morally equivocal. It is all foreground, composed of the persons who at each moment feed, carry, coddle, amuse, slap, or abandon him. He is the slave of society. Even material objects, especially his toys, acquire for him a certain personality. They are numinous, like giant trees and migratory birds, and places no less than persons may become a refuge, filling him with peace and confidence. Still, the non-ego remains always dangerous. There is no knowing what its next onslaught may be, and this servitude embitters existence. Yet society, the necessary cradle of the individual, ought to be agreeable to him, and so, in some ways, the child soon finds it. Other children and all animals attract him. He loves playing and tussling and fighting. But society, as we grow older, imposes on us far more. Other people's gregariousness is overwhelming because it is cumulative. Quantity overpowers, and the irresistible crowd may cut us off from the very society which we might have liked and might have flourished in. The crowd compels us to adopt its language, manners, morals, and religion, and it is a rare freedom in human life when even a slight personal originality in any of these matters, or even in dress, is not crushed at once by universal obloquy and persecution. This is not because the public is wicked, but because it is the public, which is hardly its own fault. Society suffocates liberty merely by existing, and it must exist, and all its members are equally its slaves. The individual may elude the feeling, though not the fact, of subjection to society, either by a willing conformity or by a mental reservation. The first is easy to most men, except on rare occasions when their impulses are especially galled. The second is possible only in lucky cases. The secret of it is not so much obdurate self-possession or stoicism as succession, for society is factious and friable. In the name of science or of wit, you may venture to lift the hem of religion. Supported by a party, you may abuse your country, and may migrate mentally, if not materially, into another world. God, the Church, the ancients, the poets afford so many social sanctuaries to which we may escape from ordinary society. Parents necessarily exercise authority over their young children and often claim it later, becoming, in this way, veritable tyrants. But tyrants are seldom free. The cares and the instruments of their tyranny enslave them. The child that cries is your master, and he is your master again when he smiles. Your love makes you work for him, and at the same time besets and belabors him, in order that he may turn out not as he wishes, but as you wish. He obeys in a perfunctory fashion that is your torment, or if you tame your affection, making it really unselfish, which is hard for a parent, and sympathetically watch over his welfare, you find a double disappointment. For you observe sorrowfully that he has not placed his welfare where you place it for him, and later, that he attains neither what you wished for him nor what he wished for himself. Nature kindly warps our judgment about our children, especially when they are young, when it would be a fatal thing for them if we did not love them. This fond blindness is itself a slavery, a hard slavery, when you think of it, to feel a compulsory and sleepless affection for a perfectly average creature, and it's quite apart from any merit or promise in the child, and afterwards to be disgraced by his disgrace, wounded by his indifference, and half killed by his death, if you survive him. No doubt parents who can sympathize with their children, sympathy is a different thing from love, may make a fresh life for themselves in their children's circle, like the grandparents' life in the chimney corner. And as the children can elude the consciousness of their slavery if they are docile enough, so a parent can elude the consciousness of their superannuation if they are self-forgetful, a becoming but different virtue in old age. Thus the necessary servitude of parents comes round to that of children again. Human life is hedged completely round with compulsory sacrifices, yet they may be made gladly, or as we say, freely, for to be in harmony with necessity gives us a sense of freedom, which is the only freedom we have. These compulsions are natural and acceptable, being due to the method of human propagation and the economy of human industry and war, but they are neither logical nor spiritual necessities. That is why subjection to them is true slavery, even if it be wise of us to endure it with good grace. Indeed, there are cases where obedience to necessity is really perfect freedom. It is no slavery for a fish to be compelled to live under water, nor for a man to be compelled to breathe or to walk on two legs. To play the quadruped at first is easier, but before long it becomes more exciting and exhilarating to run about upright. Above all, it is no slavery for a man to love. On the contrary, it is precisely in the first flush of running and loving that the spirit wakes to the joys of vital liberty, and that loveless servitude By contrast, it becomes an odious burden. What is it that has taken wing and was caged before? What is it in man that can be free or enslaved? A cipher, we know, could be neither. The freedom of nothingness to become anything is not moral liberty. That which feels free in these joyous moments is the total aspiration of a man's animal nature, building up his spirit and becoming conscious in it. This total aspiration is indeed ill-defined and ill-harmonized. The man's nature is probably chaotic, and his will divided against itself. Hence his sense of subjection to vice and temptation, and his unhappiness, whichever way he may turn. Yet there are limits to this vital disorder, or life would end in convulsions. The fish in its perplexities never pines for mere air, and the man never hates himself for breathing or having but 2 legs. At the same time, there are many faculties that are best exercised in solitude or over the head of society, in sympathy only with nature and with truth. Nor is it simply a private and speculative side of our being that chafes under social servitude. It is also our social and moral conscience that actual society offends. Local loyalties condemn the spirit to injustice and overwhelm it with the ignominy of taking sides selfishly, for oneself against everybody else, for one's family, country, party, or religion against all others. Is not political man necessarily a fool in his hatreds and a beast in his ambitions? Could there be a greater curse than his forced, geographically, chronologically forced national allegiances and endless wars? Pacifists are eloquent about the waste of money in armaments and of blood in wars. But blood and money, after all, belong to the earth. They must be spilled in the same fields in which they are gathered. The servile thing is not that we must fight and die. It is noble to accept that physical necessity. The shame is that we do not fight or die under our true colors. We neither assert ourselves with perfect integrity, nor abdicate with perfect content, so that we are enslaved both in living and in dying, enslaved to accidental coercions, suffered against the harmony of our total nature, and enslaved to the general order of destiny, which we have not the elevation of mind to observe philosophically and to turn to spiritual uses. Chapter 13. Servitude to Custom. The primal social bonds, parental and sexual, are intermittent. Life may go on when they have snapped. Even hunger and thirst seem assaults of a tyrant as soon as spirit, kindled within the organism, turns it into a transcendental center from which all surrounding forces are measured and judged. Many of these foreign impacts or attractions are greedily welcomed, yet a living creature is happiest in the interludes when, enriched by those trials, it breathes again in peace. Unfortunately, the highest organisms, being the most complicated, bring the most trials upon themselves. So it happens in society where each individual is congenially a vital center, yet is aware of neighbors that cross its path and cut off its light. The material obstacles to freedom become less or are more easily surmounted in society than they would be in solitude. But meantime, society has itself imposed a net of duties and prohibitions and petty quarrels that the single explorer or hermit would have escaped. Industry has supplied from the beginning as it does today, new instruments and fresh occasions for artificial demands and unnecessary subjections. Men and women are braver when so armed and banded together. Their servitude to fate has receded into the background, to reassert itself only in the great crises of life. But their joint labors and cohabitation have surrounded them with exactions, compulsions, critics, and spies, and made them the slaves of custom. Custom arises when some casual public act at a critical moment strikes the fancy, or seems to secure an impressive result. The act thereby forms in the agent and even in the spectators an acquired reflex, so that it spontaneously presents itself to the mind or is unwittingly repeated on any similar occasion. Customs may be superficial and transitory like the vogue of a slang phrase, or may be fused with primary actions and become an integral part of an established ritual. Much that passes for instinctive and rooted in human nature is merely traditional and could be abandoned or radically varied if a knot of people felt the impulse to do so. The family, monogamous and living each family part, is raised in Christian ethics to a divine institution. It is less instinctive and more imposed custom for human beings than for sundry birds and mammals. And the fact that the human family forms a lifelong bond, whereas in those other animals it is usually limited to the breeding season, testifies to the circumstantial and optional character of this domestic institution. The long childhood of man causes young and helpless children to succeed one another in a numerous family for perhaps 20 years. The nest becomes a home to which in civilized times brothers and sisters remain attached indefinitely by habit and by the dependence, affection, and common possessions that habit has gathered there for them all. Yet this very attachment to the home may bring about its transformation in a more numerous and looser society, because married sons with their families, not to speak of married daughters, may cling to their father and brothers with a political allegiance and cooperation, transforming the original monogamous family into a tribe or clan. Or could a gregarious band have existed first, in which mating was promiscuous and momentary, food getting and migrations and battles being carried on by a common impulse, with only occasional private quarrels? I am not broaching anthropology for its own sake. Possible origins concern me only as moral possibilities. Society may still develop in the direction of any of these systems, as politically it may repeat, on a different scale and under other names, the monarchies, aristocracies, democracies, and tyrannies of classic times. The question for us is how far and in what direction may necessary servitude be sweetened, and vital and spiritual liberty enjoyed under any of these dominations. The cruelty of parents is an old and interminable story. It is not a wanton cruelty. They hurt because they suffer, and have been suffering from birth up through the inordinate demands made by everything, as now by their children, upon their labor and patience. Things are not as if we were animals perfectly adjusted to our habitat, with impulses maturing in exact time with seasons and opportunities. We are all born more or less lame and destined to 1,000 difficulties and disappointments. Our natures are partly diseased, disorganized, incapable, and inconsistent. Moreover, the native liberty that in the parents is so ill adjusted to new demands is crossed further by the native fatuities of the child, always a rash and somewhat original compound. Old and young, even of the same breed, find themselves at different phases in the vital cycle, and cannot agree in mood, opinion, impulse, or affection. Contact means constraint on both sides, and a hearty unison can seldom be established except amongst comrades of the same age. If parents are cruel, children are cruel too. They mistake their greater quickness and agility for a superior intellect, and they resent the air of omniscience, the closed mind and heart, the blind censoriousness and petulance of their elders, and their eagerness to make their own way, They show themselves ungrateful, fitful, rash, and often ultimately helpless. It is not only the open prodigal that returns repentant, daily and without acknowledgement in a thousand small ways. The younger generation falls gradually back into the habits and views of the elder, ready to take the old man's place even before death has mercifully removed him. Mercifully, yet probably to the momentary, unfeigned grief of the survivors, even though they be the heirs, because beneath their irritations and quarrels, families preserve a deep sense of kinship. Each member is an exemplar, an indelible memory, a secret influence on all the rest, and in burying the father, the children measure their own span, feel their own errors and insecurity, and see for the nonce how much they too are pilgrims and helpless strangers in this world. Endless alternatives are compatible with human nature, which innately is a vague thing, and what determines the choice is accident, on which imperious custom is soon grafted. This custom, when it arises, cannot have been altogether contrary to instinct, and it cannot have proved fatal to the race, where it still lasts. But short of that extremity, there is hardly any degree of constraint, cruelty, and ineptitude which may not characterize custom. The stupid moralism which clings to it is like that which assumes the inevitableness of a given language. Note, the word moral comes from the Latin mores, customs. Like the respect for language, it doubtless represents a certain superstitious conservatism, a certain obsession and excitement about imminent periodic events, like feasts or wars, which men crave as they do the satisfaction of other recurrent appetites. These tense experiences, even when in abeyance, haunt the mind and seem to float suspended over it, like so many gods, whose influence and contagion may sweep down again on men at any moment, and possess them. To expect, to experience, and to brood over these wild crises is the deepest part of tribal life. The savage likes to be a savage. Uniform custom has narrowed his experience, and narrowing experience has warped his imagination, and nothing now seems to him comparable to his apathy, his orgies, and his baubles. The most sordid routine comes to have its charm. The savages and gutter snipes are not our only witnesses here. The pothouse, the morning paper, the novel, the game of bridge or patience have their devotees among us, and if these people express their philosophy, for they sometimes have one, they might say, like the savages, "Let me alone, I am content. Are you happier for all your needless undertakings? I at least should not be." And if good little people can say this, who have crawled into their warm corner, our great private or official criminals say much the same in a shriller key, for their principle too is the one on which the savage would defend his cruel rights and debauchery, for they say that one crowded hour, even if crowded with delirious agonies, is worth a lifetime of empty comfort. The childishness, the hardships, and the lubricities of primitive life still have some hold on us. How much more on those whose imagination can picture nothing else? Chapter 14. Natural selfishness and unselfishness. A philosopher who understands that moral units, such as persons, are not substances but modes of substance. I mean that they are incidental to a certain movement in deeper things, will not be disinclined to admit any degree of unselfishness to be possible, even to utter self-sacrifice. These unitary roving creatures, whom we suppose to be obviously interested in themselves, have no existence of themselves. They spring from what they know not of, and they enact whatever purposes their unknown source may have put into them together with life. These purposes may therefore be quite other than their own preservation or private benefit, yet if they have clear souls, and are wise, they will find their happiness in their natural function, however disinterested this may be, since they are addressed to it initially by the constitution of the seed from which they grow. For I am not speaking of forced sacrifices. They can achieve integrity and happiness only by loving their congenital function and adoring the ulterior end which their existence serves. There may be animals capable of acting and willing only for the sake of other animals, for whom they pave the way, or they may blindly supply a link in some process itself without a purpose. Man, however, is not one of these purely instrumental animals. He is a selfish, or, as he calls it, a rational creature, and nothing offends him more than to feel himself a slave. Not that he lacks altruistic instincts, very strong in respect to his young children. Even impersonal objects or duties sometimes fascinate his imagination, such as his religion or the glory of his nation and government. But in human nature, generous impulses are occasional and reversible. They are absent in childhood, in dreams, in extremities. They are often weak or soured in old age. They form amiable interludes like tearful sentiments in Ruffian, or they are pleasant, self-deceptive hypocrisies, acted out like civility to strangers, because such is in society the path of least resistance. Strain the situation, however, dig a little beneath the surface, and you will find a ferocious, persistent, profound selfishness. We feel this to be a fault, and I may be accused of misanthropy in describing it, yet it is an integral part of what some moralists think the greatest possible virtue, individuality. The transitive instincts have fallen into a vortex, or tied a knot. Organs for self-defense, or parasitical organs, like sports or hobbies enriching the life of the individual, have grown about the transmissible seed. The integrated system has generated a reflective consciousness. It remembers and forecasts its own career, and the landscapes and passions that solicit it no longer do so absolutely, for the mind surveys or cultivates them deliberately. They are its fond possessions, nursed and brooded over day and night. Even the pre-personal impulses are brought into this personal vortex. The lusty male becomes a husband to be waited on. The father becomes a chieftain. The blind, gregarious fighter becomes a deliberate bandit, or champion, or cock of the walk. Even when he still obeys impulses that serve other people, he serves them for the sake of his own pleasure or ambition, and pride and willfulness may gruffly drive him to refuse or to denaturalize the service that his old nature might have prompted him to render. Man is doubtless surpassed in selfishness by some animals, as by others in unselfishness. The concentration of interest within one's own skin and one's own period of life is perhaps even greater in fishes without mates or recognized offspring, or in persistent flies without imagination. Man is social even in his egotism, like a government in malicious diplomatic relations with foreign powers. He may retain enthusiasms borrowed from his parents and playfellows, or from the established religion, classical schooling, or code of chivalry perhaps respected by the gentleman. But he serves his present mind, not his total nature, as a politician serves his party, prejudices, and ideas rather than the interests of the people, which he absurdly assumes to be identical with what is pleasing to his fancy at the passing moment. As to what might prove pleasing to others in the long course of their experience, he is incapable of approaching or of conceiving anything so complex and ambiguous. His own interests, vivid, limited, and passionate, are also sometimes more noble than would be that infinite routine of little burdens and quarrels which occupies the trudging mind. But the point to remember is this: any ideal enthusiasm, any loyalty to duty or commandment is incidental in man. It cannot be relied upon. You must fortify it by personal appeals, by wages in this world or the other, by some smiling prospect open to the social conscript. This was long ago discovered by wise religions, which promised the saints heaven and gave the clergy the earth. But foolish governments and philosophies in our day sometimes try to get on without reconciling the individual. The result Sooner or later is disaster. Their constituency deserts them with a wonderfully sharp and sudden revulsion of feeling. Converts, infidels, and revolutionaries have bad memories and worse tempers. To justify their apostasy and heal the wounds it may have caused, they require the balm of libeling their past and lording it over their new surroundings. They are the founders of the worst tyrannies. Chapter 15. Slavery. Beyond necessary and voluntary servitude, a third kind of servitude is possible, which is involuntary yet accidental. I mean slavery. Nothing could be less involved in spontaneous life than that one man should be merely an instrument in the service of another. Each man is by nature an end to himself, and sufficient unto himself, except precisely where necessary or voluntary servitude has made him subject to other persons and things. But necessary servitude is no slavery, since it provides the means of life and of freedom, and voluntary servitude can never go so far, being voluntary, as to abdicate the privilege of terminating that servitude at will. The slave, by definition, cannot abandon his service, yet the master could normally live without that slave, so that servitude of this kind arises only out of accidental complications in human economy. The first slaves were captives seized in some raid, as it were prisoners of war, whom the raider might have killed but preferred to keep alive in gangs, to do hard labor in ships or mines, or perhaps singly, if he could trust them, for domestic service. Women and boys would make good slaves of the latter kind. I will not attempt to trace the history of slavery, now almost extinct, but there was a precedent or accompaniment to this slavery which will probably last forever, and which is morally most instructive. There were tamed or domestic animals and beasts of burden. Animals had at first been hunted in self-defense or for food, but some of them, when captured alive, could advantageously be turned into slaves. For this purpose it was requisite either to tame them or to breed them tame. Now, when an animal is tamed, he has been more or less kindly persuaded. We might say that his original vital initiative has been acknowledged, studied, and cleverly turned to the trainer's uses. In one sense, his free will has been enlisted, according to the contract theory of government. His consent to do the trick or the work required has been secured by bribes, blows, or narrowed alternatives in action, establishing acquired reflexes and reliable habits. The animal has learned his trade and become wise. The man is served by the animal and becomes rich. Cruel as the exploitation of animals often is, there remains a margin in it for sympathy and even for superstition. When the cow and the ox were annexed to domestic economy, religion intervened. The cow, and especially the bull, were worshipped and were sacrificed, and it is difficult to establish, from the animal's point of view, the balance of benefit and injury, degradation and sleekness involved in his servitude. The cattle in our fields and barns do not now seem to suffer or to resent their captivity, and the eventual hard labor and slaughter that awaits them may be regarded as no worse than the wounds, famines, battles, and lingering death that might have overtaken them in the wild state. The danger of passing unreasonable moral judgments in such cases, and in politics at large, comes from not considering how natural and how changing are the criteria of benefit and injury involved in living. Undoubtedly, cattle in the wild state would resist and resent being domesticated. Our children, too, often resist and resent education. And many reformers deplore the fact that they were forced in childhood to study Latin. Probably it was wasted on them. Perhaps they never learned it. Perhaps their gifts and temperaments were naturally such as to demand a different employment. So they may be innately roving creatures in our stables, as in our menageries. Yet would our sympathetic romantic souls justify us in going about enthusiastically opening cages and emptying stables? We need not consider the loss to owners or trainers. They could always be compensated at the public expense by a popular government. But from the animal's point of view, would the paved, fenced, cultivated world outside seem a paradise? Would they not perhaps come sneaking back to their stables and their cages? There's a time for life in the jungle, namely when nothing else is possible, and there's a time for tame, domestic, civilized life, even for the brutes, when the alternative is extinction. The comparison of the just governor to a shepherd has the authority of Plato as well as of the Old and the New Testament. Yet, if the shepherd were, as he must have been in the beginning, the owner of the sheep, his care for the flock would be naturally prompted and limited strictly by his proprietary interests. He would not love sheep at all, but only wool and mutton. Nor does breeding with a view to the super excellence of these products, as it appears at least in England, always seem to profit the sheep themselves in their health or vigor. They are safe from wolves, but often deformed and helpless in their sodden pastures. It is a fate comparable to that of eunuchs or ladies of the Seraglio, or lapdogs, or other favorites of tyranny. If some fabulous ventured to put a description of their keeper into the sheep's mouth, it would surely not depict him as a ministering angel, but as a driver, a gaoler, a shearer, and a butcher. At the same time, if the proprietor of great flocks dwelt at a distance and committed the care of his animals to young and unsophisticated shepherds, the interests and feelings of the latter might well begin to coincide with those of their charges, for the more the flock prospered, the less grudgingly the shepherds would be paid, and the better spoken of. Probably the butchering, if not the shearing, would be done out of sight by less familiar and more hardened officials. Then sentiments of a brotherly nature might indeed grow up between lambs, sheepdog, and shepherds, especially if any one of those shepherds was himself an unhappy captive, suffering from the same cold and heat, not in England, but amid arid and thirsty wastes, and munching hardly less bitter herbs than his silent companions. Then the half-guilty, half-injured mood of Cain or of Esau might perhaps invade our young shepherd, and might transform him into a militant champion not only of his own freedom to roam wild, but conceivably also of the same freedom for his sheep, who likewise might prefer to climb dangerously and browse frugally amid mountain crags rather than to rot in clover. Very young and tame lambs might indeed say, "What a blessing this is, to be led into green pastures and to a clean trough, and be sheltered at night from the wind in a comparatively warm pen, and kept from thoughtlessly straying by a nice watchful dog always running about me. And what a relief when my wool is getting hot and messy, to have it kindly cut off, quite close with the new, safe, and very rapid shearing machine." When a little older, if he preserves his optimism, the lamb might even add philosophically, "What a blessing, too, to die an almost painless and useful death when still young, and be spared the horrors of old age, when sick weathers become so ugly, filthy, feeble, and smelly." The brave and happy young heroes of a hygienic community could not have more orthodox sentiments. So far I have been considering the domestic slavery of animals from their own point of view, but what is its effect on their masters? In the 4th chapter of Genesis we read, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Now, in the course of history, the pious victims of aggression are usually the settled tillers of the ground, while the keepers of sheep, nomads given to raiding, are the criminal aggressors. How is it that in this case, quote, the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offerings, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect? You might be tempted to reply that the children of Abraham, whose sacred book we are quoting, were themselves keepers of sheep, and ready, with the Lord's blessing, to raid and exterminate the agricultural Canaanites. But modern historians are not lacking who possess and admire the militant virtues, and who tell us that tamers and breeders of animals are morally superior to stupid peasants content to cultivate their inherited plot of ground. Certainly, in the beginning, it must have been the cleverer and more enterprising members of the tribe who first stopped picking nuts, berries, acorns, and herbs, and took to trapping or shooting animals for food. The young of these animals might sometimes be kept as pets, and might breed in captivity. Dogs might become companions and aids at hunting, and horses, above all, splendid creatures to mount. The ethos of the hunter and rider is glorious, compared with that of the kitchen gardener, and it will certainly be the hordes of migratory cavalry that will conquer the lowland peasantry and become lords of the soil as well as of the husbandman. Later, when a feudal society is formed, and especially when the society becomes a great monarchy, the peasants will not make bad soldiers in trained cohorts and phalanxes, but they have become conscripts initially, regarding military service as a terrible imposition. Only peasant proprietors, who have much of the masterful freeman in their disposition, still go to war willingly when their possessions are threatened. All this belongs to the past or is obsolescent, but new forms of mastership and a new form of slavery appears on the horizon. Animals will henceforth be little wanted for tillage or travel. Agriculture will be carried on by mechanics, accustomed to town pleasures and belonging to political unions. Everybody, rich and poor, will need to use machines and will like to do so, for a good machine calls forth and satisfies much the same sense of mastery and of judicious action as did riding a good horse. There is the same control to be exercised over a greater physical force, with an even more exact manifestation of your own will and purpose. The natural concomitant reward of virtue, the joy of doing something well, will therefore be at everybody's command at all hours. For at school, and even in the public nursery and kindergarten, everyone will have to be carefully watched and encouraged to cultivate and learn to practice, just for sport, the particular lordly art for which he shows most aptitude, and at the proper age he will be assigned to that particular public service. Ample and suitable food will be provided for him and his kind. Thus both the primary needs of human nature will have been duly satisfied, leaving a man's whole mind free and clear for his appointed duties. Exact fulfillment of these will indeed be required of him by custom and law, because laxity in running any part of the vast and delicate engine of universal industry would derange the other parts and cause general inconvenience, if not disaster. For we must never forget that among the raw materials of industry, one of the most important is man, and even all the atomic and stellar energy as yet wasted would be utterly useless, and would never of itself make the simplest machine, such as a wheel, unless some man had first put it together and still stood by to mend it when it goes wrong. Such is the terrible responsibility that will weigh upon every man, as upon no other creature in the universe. Civilization will require and must enlist every human being in its perpetual service. To hang back would be treason and would deserve death. There need be no beasts of burden, no masters and servants, no hireling, no speculators, but to the perfect order of society all men, even their leaders, must be slaves in soul and in body. Chapter 16. Transition from Custom to Government. Language and religion, the family, the gang of following a leader, arise of themselves, before anyone has noticed or desired them. How indeed could they have been planned or desired when no one as yet had experience of anything that could suggest such notions? When, however, these things have arisen and perhaps assumed rival forms, attention is attracted to them. The sense of a double possibility, of a compulsion to choose, enables a man to say that the one preferred is better than the other. His instinct now operates in the light of ideas. He's conscious of what he is doing. Perhaps he plumes himself on his action and boastfully bids everyone observe him, as children do in their feats. He feels a disposition subtly to repeat what he has done, and to demand that others should do likewise. And in this case, he would be said to act according to free will and reason and an idea of the best. Such consciousness of preference, and such orders published to the world to conform to these preferences, are common in societies without government, and may even be made in soliloquy, as in prayers and curses. But the passage is easy from preferences expressed in imperious maxims to the systematic use of force and the establishment of law. All that need be added is a certain countenance from public opinion, and a precedent that the general judgment is to be enforced. Such a precedent is not far to seek, for impulsive men and mobs enforce their wills before they express them in words or even in thought. By the time a law is established, an organ for enforcing it already exists in the strong right arm of the legislator, probably not unpracticed in anticipating his legislation by a vigorous use of the cudgel. Indeed, custom in most communities is far more sacred and unbreakable than law, and some spontaneous authority, chieftain, prophet, or boss is more respected than the government. Political institutions do not serve to establish the ascendancy of rules in society. They serve merely to register this ascendancy or to apply it in detail, or determine it precisely in debatable instances. It is for this reason, doubtless, that politics seem to deal so preponderantly with questions of men and methods. Large questions of policy and of human ideals are settled behind the politician's back by the growth of social institutions. The monarchy, the town meeting, the church, the army, the family, property, justice, all arise and are virtually in operation before a law or an explicit agreement consecrates or defines them. And the history of politics is accordingly reduced almost entirely to the compromises and transitions between ruling interests when they conflict openly and threaten a civil war. Government is a modification of war, a means of using compulsion without shedding so much blood. Of course, this relative bloodlessness of government comes from the aversion to war felt by the person who is coerced, a war in which he might be the only combatant on his side. Save for that apprehension, he would resist the police, the tax gatherer, and the recruiting sergeant. All government is therefore potential war, and if this threat and the ability to use force disappear, government ceases. In the countries, for instance, in which laws are not enforced, there is, to that extent, no government. Those who fancy themselves in power are simply one or more social philosophers editing precepts for the public. The public admires these precepts, and the philosopher's function is fulfilled. But if this academy employs an armed force to arrest and eventually execute or mulct anyone who does not respect their edicts, then they are a government, and to take people prisoners, to kill or to spoil them are acts of war. Every government is essentially an army carrying on a perpetual campaign in its own territory. It is always up in arms against actual or possible faction, called illegality or crime. This does not mean that, in the absence of government, chaos would return. Social pressure, spontaneous unanimity, and cooperation, when they exist, are far stronger forces than force itself. They operate directly through instincts contagiously set in motion, whereas organized eventual force operates indirectly only by suppressing spontaneous instinct through fear of punishment, a process full of uncertainty and friction, and never final, since the tendency to rebellion remains in the person's cowed. Government is always an evil and sometimes also a good, as war is. It renders acute for the moment that friction and disarray which it tries to suppress by its brutal agencies. But the cooperative and unanimous action, which may be imperfectly secured through government, is a good, and may be perfectly secured, in many cases, without government. Consider, for instance, the prevalence and authority of a language. As everyone is imitative, as everyone likes to understand and to be understood, as defects or novelties of speech, unless meant to instruct or to amuse, seem ridiculous and discreditable, a whole community with one accord will use and cultivate the same language, and this is a thoroughly involuntary, yet contented, uniformity. Language is not, at first and when at its best, a concern of government, but it sometimes becomes so, and it is interesting to observe on what occasions. When owing to rivalry between several languages, or to the unwillingness of the people, frankly, to speak their several local dialects, official schools are set up to teach the official language to children, lest they should succumb to another, more prevalent way of speaking. Then language falls within the purview of government. It becomes compulsory if official schooling is compulsory. In any case, it is promoted by mechanical arrangements, which the government uses force to maintain, and it may be noticed in passing that this interference of government with language, as it is a symptom of social conflict or disease, is also an evil omen for the beauty and cohesion of language itself. It makes a living language a partly dead language, and what a labored Latinity was at the dawn of modern times, that will all literature in modern languages become, if governments insist on an artificial uniformity in the speech of different classes in different regions. The school board or board school languages of our great democracies threaten to become self-conscious, affected, cramped, and, because not frankly popular, spotted with horrible barbarisms. Nobody's speech is now either merely plebeian or thoroughly refined. A more momentous instance of the same thing is seen in religion. Here, social pressure is rather more conscious, as religion, at least in modern times, does not pervade society and thought as language does. The individual more often is tempted to ask, why should I worship in that way, or worship at all, or believe this story, or conform to this troublesome precept? Yet, where a wave of religion sweeps a people, as it often does, it is wonderful what volume and comprehensiveness it acquires. More than human courage and conceit would be needed in many an instance to resist it. Yet in all this the government need not have spoken, it need not even have existed, but when incipient imaginings of indocile minds, or the assault of a foreign or new religion, disturb social convention, when altars are profaned, and gods denied, and cults neglected, then those shocked and made uneasy by these disturbances may put their heads together. The ancient, spontaneous, and occasional practice of punishing the blasphemer or of sacrificing the man of evil omen will be revived by acclamation, and lest fresh cases should go unpunished, a tribunal armed with secular powers, a clerical police, is charged with watching over the community, or the existing military organization takes over the supervision of religion, lest, in the absence of social unanimity and social pressure, some needful part of it should lapse. Religion thus becomes a province of government, an occasion for steady war. Historians may decide, if they can, whether this is a sign of strength or of weakness in religion, when religion of itself seems too weak to dominate society, yet too fierce to allow society to disregard it. The consequence sometimes is that the fancies are caught in their own trap, since their religion is diverted by the government that protects it to the service of its own interests. Then we have national churches, national philosophies, and cultural missions in the service of trade and of political conquest. It is much in the same way that social rules relating to crime and to property pass under the aegis of governments and become formal laws. The submission to government is never complete, e.g., property in small articles, so precious to womankind, is not legally controlled within families, and the punishment of many crimes is tacitly left to the art of self-defense, with words, fists, or revolvers. Law sometimes is superseded by the spontaneous actions of judges and juries, pronouncing the legally guilty innocent, or vice versa. Then, as in the cases of Dreyfus and Madame Callio, strong social instinct or party passion consciously resumes its authority, and disdains legality. It is by no means to be assumed that legality in such a case is the better form of justice. For as in language and religion, so in the matter of crime or property, government introduces an external and often antithetical element. Enactment has taken the place of living social instinct, and the ideals which that instinct projects, which are the sole criteria of justice, may be thwarted rather than helped by that codification. What makes genial illegalities, duels, elopements, honorable perjuries, etc., dangerous to society is not that they abstract from law. All true morality does so, because it is deeper than law, but that they often express an antiquated or partisan or disruptive ethos, a form of morality doubtless more vital but perhaps more partial than that which the written law has consecrated. Not all the heroic victims of legality are martyrs to a nobler cause. Since the operation of government is a sort of constant war, it is intelligible that government should assert itself, especially when the nation is attacked by its neighbors, or takes to the warpath of its own accord. Even the chase fosters leadership, and many a rule which, like not shooting foxes, is deeply sacred, but the chase after another set of huntsmen calls for greater concentration of authority, greater discipline, and what is very significant, a more persistent organization. Hence, the general of the army becomes naturally the first king, or the first president. The council of war is the first parliament, the first cabinet, the first supreme court. War is as impossible without a virtual government as government without a virtual war. It must not be supposed, however, that if government were abolished and social institutions remained alone, war would cease. On the contrary, war would become more obvious and more pervasive. The latency of war, which we call peace, and owe to governments, were not to chance, would disappear or become rarer, and war would greet us if not in every house, certainly round every corner. To fight is a primitive necessity. Life cannot take or keep any definite form without crowding out, crushing, or devouring some other form of life. But there are gentle and violent methods of assimilation, and self-assertion may take the form of attraction as well as of suppression. The weaker life in any case perishes, but it may perish insensibly, or being transformed rather than annihilated. All depends on the mechanism that does the execution, and it is here that the great alternatives present themselves between the various forms of society, authority, or political government. People long coerce one another of their private initiative or follow some tradition before they begin to do so through special military or legal agents. Government concentrates domination in its own hands and regulates it. It neither originates nor abolishes domination. It is true that governments continually wage wars of their own, which, if society had had no government, or a government of a different sort, would have been avoided, as wars of succession would not occur in the absence of hereditary monarchy. But this, as we shall see, is due to the fact that government is a special organ of society with a life of its own, and adds to the irritable interests and dangers, as well as to the resources of the society it grows in. While without possessing a hereditary monarchy, people could not have wars of succession, they would have wars about whatever other things they possessed, and they could never be safely and altogether at peace unless they possessed nothing and did not exist.